to be better.
I also don't think he's one of the three biggest reasons you lost.
And I think most people got that, by the way. I think the resounding theme afterwards felt like this isn't his fault.
I'm so annoyed by that kid. I'm in on his mom, though. Like Theo Vaughn. That woman's got some talents.
Yeah, what about Fernando Mendoza's mom?
She seems like a really lovely... What a woman of heart and courage.
I was having a succulent bacon cheeseburger.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and it's a tropical 30 degrees in Cleveland. Let's get it. Let's go, like the kids say, but not 6'7" like the kids say. That's a different thing. We
8'9".
Just right to a halt the whole time. You can try your darndest. You will not be the person that killed 6'7".
8'9".
But we got Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. That open, courtesy of Jake Murren, handling the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel where you guys can watch us all show long. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe. So far, in the chat section, we've got Penn State Ken. We've got a Bonnie Blue reference and somebody hankering for Alex Smith as the new head coach in 2026, Meredith Kane in the 2020s. Just letting everybody know how it's going. Hi, JP.
Hi, that's an odd thing to be hankering for Alex Smith when Bonnie Blue's in the same sentence as well.
Not in the same sentence.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
They're separate
We're just bringing
messages.
up different people then. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, good. I'm good. I told you I went to the dentist this morning, and the right side of my mouth is in an immense amount of pain, and I'm not pleased with where this is going. What happened there?
By the way, it's Katie Pollock.
What happened there?
It's Katie Pollock. Yeah.
Is she in the chat?
She is not in the chat, but I had said it was Meredith Kane in the 2020s because apparently the stroke that I was having at about 5 o'clock yesterday is continuing today.
Oh, what's awful is that I'm not going to finish that thought.
No, I would not.
I'm not going to finish that
I
thought.
would not,
Katie
sir.
brings in dessert. She's very nice. We like Katie a lot.
I think that's a nice way. The day started with dog vomit. That's what I woke up to today.
That's not good.
And Mongo got into something, and so it was so bad that I sprayed the pet spray on the carpet, and even that didn't clean it up. So after I got Olivia on the bus, I then had to get out the heavy-duty cleaner, get down on my hands and knees.
Can I be honest? I think I'm tapped out on dog vomit stories for the station today.
Was there another one?
Didn't Ken do one at like 8 o'clock today?
I'm going to need to know when his dog projectiled because...
I figure we had like we had our quota for the day of dog vomit stories. I didn't know how many we could do.
We really are just replaying their
That's
show.
all. It's just one big recap.
Yeah.
Ken's dog vomits, and then you come in, and it's like, my dog vomited.
Now I feel like I wish I would have taken a picture of it so you guys could all see that I'm not making up the dog vomit.
I believe it actually
I'm not
happened.
trolling with dog throw up.
Are you living the alternate universe of Ken? Is that all this is? Is it just one big alternate universe?
I don't know how to answer that without taking an unfair shot, so no. No, and nor am I the mother hen of the station.
Okay, good. I'm glad we clarified that, because he has to protect us all so much, because he does it in such a fine way, apparently.
I predicted you again. Except their producers.
My version of saving you is just trashing you every opportunity I get. No!
We weren't going to talk about them today, darn it. Oh, man. Things are looking rosy over here, though. All right. So, kudos to Baskin and Phelps. Now, that's a show we could recap. That's a show that we could really steal some ideas from. Well, they had Florio on today. And I feel like we should have like a are you in or are you out on Florio, depending on the day.
Yeah, I've always been in, but I'm less in today than maybe I was, let's say, 10 years ago, and maybe, let's say, than even was 2 years ago.
I have never been in on Florio, and I
used to like Florio.
I get more annoyed as the time goes on.
I used to bang it here for the latest news and rumors, okay? I used to. I don't anymore, and I feel like... Here's the problem with Florio, okay? And I like Florio, I do. I genuinely do think he's good at this. Again, there's a reason why I went to him for so many years. When it comes to the Browns, though, he typically... I know we're going to play something that is different than that, but like his end-all, be-all answer... And I get it, he's got to do 32 teams. But his answer always goes back to Haslam's the problem. Until that changes, it's not really worth anything discussing.
Yes.
And the problem with that is that the owner's not going to change.
Yeah.
So, like, in his mind, he has basically erased any Browns conversation ever because he's diluted it down to you'll never win because of Jimmy Haslam.
And by the way, you can do that with 1/4 of NFL teams. There are 8 NFL owners, the Jets being certainly another one. probably can make that case for Mark Davis right now.
Probably make that case for Cincinnati, even though they did go to the Super Bowl.
But that's a team where it's like, well, you might go to the Super Bowl. You're not winning with Mike Brown. He's a total dodo. Up until like 2 years ago, Cal McNair was one of those owners. I just think all right, I'll give you, for instance, I think he made what I think is becoming a very lazy comparison for Shedeur when talking about why the Browns drafted Shedeur, his future in Cleveland, and what teams don't like. There's one thing he's right about here, and there's a lot he gets wrong.
He could be traded in the offseason. I think their ambivalence toward him has been fueled in part by the coverage that he brings. It's almost like a Tebow mania light. It's one of the reasons why Tim Tebow couldn't find a home in the NFL after Tebow mania took the league by storm. Teams don't want those extra voices and forces and factors unrelated to talent and ability influencing decisions as to who should play and who shouldn't play. And I think that's been, even though Shedeur Sanders didn't really create that deliberately, that's part of the thing that makes him potentially unattractive.
So before we get to the part that I think he gets right, even when he gets it wrong, I'm over this Tim Tebow comparison. I watched Tim Tebow play for multiple years in the NFL. The guy couldn't throw a freaking football.
Yeah.
There was not like, he moves really well. He was a tight end. And he honestly, his own ego got in the way of him being a successful NFL player because he had no business being an NFL quarterback. I've seen more from Shedeur in, four starts than I did in 2 years as Denver starter for Tim Tebow.
I don't remember a throw that Tebow had that comes close to, even in a bad game that he played against the Bears, any of the two that he threw to Isaiah Bond. I just don't remember any of that. Even the Jerry Jeudy throw, I don't remember any of those throws happening for Tim Tebow.
And I think that is my frustration when, he gets compared to Johnny Manziel, when he gets compared to Tim Tebow. I was like, guys, no one would have given a rat's butt about Tebow mania. As a matter of fact, it would have been an incredible marketing boom if he had actually been able to play. The whole point in why Johnny Manziel was such an absolute abject failure and dumbest thing they've done beyond trading for Deshaun Watson is because the guy couldn't play. But not just that, like you watched him, he looked lost on an NFL field. Say what you want about Shedeur, he doesn't look lost on an NFL field. So I understand that the hype and the mania might be similar to the thing that followed those guys into the NFL. But I think this idea that we're still comparing Shedeur to two guys who could not play football if their life depended on it in the NFL, that upsets me.
Well, I think Johnny was always a little interesting because Johnny could sling it in college, but Johnny had a very Dylan Gabriel thing to himself where he could throw the ball. Everyone knew that. He's a little oompa loompa.
Yeah.
And it was just never going to translate to the NFL. You have to be at least 6 feet in order to play in the NFL. That's like a standard rule. And
his favorite thing about Cleveland was the snowstorms.
Well, and so that obviously, I think there's a part of Johnny that would know that. I think he knew that was coming. I think he knew it wasn't Russell Wilson. He wasn't Drew Brees. You can't be that short and expect to ball out. Kind of like my guy Diego Pavia. I've now adopted him as my guy.
Kwani Manziel.
Weird time to adopt him as that, but like he knew that Heisman thing that happened over the weekend where he went to the nightclub and said F Indiana and F all the voters and all that stuff. You're killing your NFL draft if it ever existed, okay? And it probably didn't exist, but he knows because he's basically 5'9", and that's being generous. He's never going to have an NFL career.
Well, but
he's not taken seriously.
Spot on. But that's what kills me about this is like Diego Pavia was incredibly disrespectful on a lot of different fronts. And the thing they got on Shedeur is he had a draft room. Do you see that?
Can you imagine?
He looked like a chotch because of his draft room.
In 2025, a guy tried to brand himself. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Color me shocked. Meanwhile, everyone that shows up to the Heisman and all these NFL draft ceremonies have suits tailored to the nines. They have everything custom. They're wearing expensive watches. They do all these things. This is what everyone does. But with Shedeur, it just became a problem for some reason.
And I continue to come back to one, I think it's a hot take today to say he could be traded in the offseason. Without knowing what's going to happen in the front office, without knowing what's going to happen with the head coach, to say that right now is what I think is textbook Mike Florio, which is coming up and saying something. So like 3 months later, you can be like, aha, I knew it. And then it's not going to happen. And then he'll still claim that he was on it first.
I don't think it's out of the question that it does happen.
No, I just think it's asinine today before Barry or Stefanski gets fired.
Okay, that's fair. Because again, we have to figure out what the new head coach wants. But I would look at it in just a little bit of a different perspective. And I get the idea that Florio's saying nobody wants a fan base for a quarterback. That's not something they really want. How many times have we heard Aaron Albert talk about the backup quarterback needs to blend in like the furniture? I get all that. I understand all that. But Shador's on a rookie deal. Part of the problem the Browns are in right now is that you're paying too much money, not only dead cap to a bunch of offensive linemen that aren't going to be here next year, but you're paying Deshaun Watson $45 million every year for the next 2 as well. Like the advantage that you have in Shador, starter or backup, is he's costing you $900,000 a year. And I hate that that's the advantage, but that advantage supersedes anything that you would ever come up with a circus or anything like that, because he is the best quarterback that you are going to get for that price by far.
Also, what's the trade value on a 5th-round pick that started 7 games, and as good as he's played, or however you think he's played, he hasn't won enough games where maybe that would stoke people to be like, I'll give you a 2nd or 3rd round pick.
So you're going to give up your financial advantage for a 3rd round pick?
Yeah.
You're going to give up the financial advantage, the hope that you have moving forward when it comes to at least being able to put out what could turn out to be a competent quarterback? And obviously the ceiling's much higher than that, but like baseline, a competent quarterback, you're going to throw that away for a 3rd or a 4th rounder? Like, it just seems silly to me.
Yeah, and here's the other, and this is where where he got it right in the clip that we played is teams do not like fan clubs. Right? They make the teams very nervous because when things aren't going well, that fan club attacks, as we've seen. When people felt like the Browns have wronged Shador, man, were Browns fans, or were Shador fans, supporters, were they all over the Browns social media? Were they all over everything, making us think about it? Now, here's what I would say. Because he then went on to say he doesn't like, where teams don't like it when they have fan clubs influencing team decisions. Didn't you just tell wouldn't an organization, if they're like, Shador fans really want to see him play, I guess we have to. Haven't you already lost the freaking plot? I think he's assuming that that's happened with other teams. Okay, but like Tebow in Denver.
But in this version of the Browns, where have they ever been influenced? Like, again, maybe this would happen for the future coach. Okay, maybe it would. We don't even know who that guy is yet. But the one thing I've given Stefanski credit for, he's been very, very wrong in his assessment, but the one thing I've given him credit for is the idea that he has not buckled under any pressure of the Shador Sanders fan base at all. Like, he has remained staunch in his belief that Dylan Gabriel was better than Shador Sanders. And throughout this whole entire process, whether it's Andrew Berry, whether it's Kevin Stefanski, first off, they never buckled to the idea that they have to give him first team reps. That never happened. And then they never pushed him up the lineup in order to get him to start this season based off of fan pressure. Dylan Gabriel got concussed. Like, what are we talking about? He was 3rd out of the gate. There's no fan pressure that they caved to.
Yeah, and I also if you're caving to, if your organization cannot handle a groundswell of support for one player and still make objective decisions, then you should fire each and every one of them anyways.
For sure. If you're going to be that much of a bobblehead to the fan base, then what are you doing here? We could run Facebook polls all day long and decide how to run the team if that was the case.
I bet you Facebook polls would have more success for the Browns right now.
Don't make me run that simulation. I think you're right. By the way, but that'd be an awful simulation to run. But you see how ridiculous this is? And so again, the whole idea, I get it. Teams don't want fan clubs, but you have to have something that offsets that and something that balances out the idea that you do have this massive fan base, and you have it. You are very valuable with your contract, and you also have upside that exists in a spot that no one else in this roster currently offers.
I've just watched people try and make a case for moving on from Shador, or that you have to make a decision quicker on Shador because of the supporters. And I think it's just a convenient way of working around the real conversation here. And listen, I do think there are elements of these supporters where there's an extreme element to that, and there are some folks who have lost their connection, their tether to reality within that community, the same way Shahaders have. But by and large, I think a fair amount of people who are skeptical about Shador, and a fair amount of people who are supporters, I think a fair amount of people are actually closer in this conversation than we realize. I think it is the extremes, like a lot of things, that tend to push this conversation into the outhouse. But to suggest that somehow the Browns could be having second thoughts about Shedeur because of supporters, to me, is lazy. And if that's really how this organization thinks, then the one thing that Mike Florio ever says about the Browns, which is, yeah, they're just never going to work with Haslam there, will end up being proven right. Because, like, at this point, it's, are you evaluating Shedeur? You might be rosier, you might be more negative than Shedeur, or you might be more negative than I am, but whichever way you are, that's at the crux of this. The supporters have nothing to do with this.
Right.
And if an organization can't handle it, then everyone should be fired.
Right. But again, this is where I give them credit, is that they didn't buckle to any of the pressure that Shedeur fans or anyone put on them. They held through to their beliefs, and their beliefs were very wrong, in my opinion, but they held through to them. And so to make the suggestion that this organization right now would buckle under that, I don't see it.
216-474-0092. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. John Fanta, actually, real quick, the Peterlin pass at 3:40. Then John Fanta, NBC Sports at 4:20. He was out on Stefanski before the Bears game. We'll see if he started accruing a list of head coaching candidates, and we'll give his thoughts on Shedeur's play on Sunday against the Bears. Albert Breer, MMQB provocateur, right? We'll ask him if Barry and Stefanski are still a package deal. Lance Reisland, Coach Lance the man. We're going to talk with him about what he liked from Shedeur on Sunday and what he didn't like. But 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Should the supporters, the Shedeur fan base, be a part of the Browns' decision on Shedeur? Fair criticism, unfair criticism, we'll let you decide. On Shedeur Sanders in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
It's coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you guys. All right, we got some good names in the 92.3 The Fan group chat and some bad names to be the next head coach. I already mentioned Alex Smith.
The group chat?
Sorry, not group chat. The 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat.
Okay, good. All right. These are the same ones that were thirsting over, I guess, I don't know, 75 different people?
I think it was one guy. I think one guy was really in on Alex Smith. And then when I said he's got no formal coaching experience, you're talking out your, you know what? He said plenty of coaches have no experience to become NFL head coaches. I pushed back and he said Mike Vrabel, which of course is wrong.
Just wrong. Yeah,
he was the defensive coordinator of the Texans before becoming the head coach in Tennessee. I will say a lot of Jeff Hafley love.
His name keeps getting brought up. It has for it feels like 2 months now.
I tell you, all right, my only concern is this guy did see his mentor, Mike Pettin, just get railroaded by the Cleveland Browns and what a bad organization they were. I kind of made Mike Pettin lose his taste for coaching in general. I do wonder if Jeff Hafley remembers that.
He just wants a job. He's in the I just want a job category.
I don't know. So I really don't know. I don't know.
Let me tell you the name that I keep going back to. I saw the bird again.
Jax.
I saw the
With
bird.
this godforsaken
I saw
bird.
the bird. There's a bird in the building. It's insane. I call him Hunter Henry.
We're preparing Jax to go off to war. And Jax is like, hey, man, whatever. Ha, bird. And we're like, you're the first one gone. And when it happens.
It's a bird inside a building. It's insanity.
Guys, have you ever been to a Walmart?
Get this bird down? No, yesterday when I first spotted this bird, you're like, oh, yeah, they have people that get this bird down. I'm like, you got no chance of getting the bird down. If the bird flies high, what person's going to get this thing down?
Victor Wembanyama. We've had birds in the building before.
I know, I get it, but this bird doesn't want to leave. I'm looking at him right now. He's up at the very tippy top. Like, he's not going to go. And here's what I think is going to happen. I think all it takes is him swooping down and then stealing some lunch from yours truly down there in that little patio section they have. And this bird's never leaving.
Yeah.
This bird's going to just post up.
He's got heat. He's got food.
It's wintertime. You don't want to be outdoors. Clearly he missed the flight to the south.
I'll bring Dolly the barn cat in. That bird will be gone in 24 hours.
There it goes again. That bird thought it was flying
Bird's
first class.
Be taunting the cat from 30 feet up.
Doesn't this bird know it's supposed to be in Florida? Another bird. There's
some
two
respect.
birds. We got multiple birds right now.
We got one. We got to get one stone. You put some respect on Dolly the cat's name. I've seen her track down a bunny that is her exact weight. I've seen her catch a bird 7 feet off the ground. I don't know how she does it. I'm telling you.
I know, but these birds are 50 feet off the ground.
Yeah, they come low. It's not like they stay up there on their perches the whole time.
No, this bird gets it. This bird stays. These birds now, there's two of them. They stay up high, and then I'm convinced they're just stealing food from the restaurant across, and then they just get and go.
For $1,000 an hour, I will have Dolly the cat in here by the end of the show.
What are you going to do, hold Dolly and then just chuck her up there?
No.
Go get her.
No.
Go get him. Here's
the
lunch,
thing.
Dolly.
She's going to sit down there on one of these perches, and she's just going to be chill. And then before you know it, you're going to walk outside, and there's going to be 2 dead birds there. Because that's how it happens at my house. I'm like, we just fed her. All the animals out here are safe. And they're like, why are there 2 snakes, a rabbit, and a mongoose? I didn't even know we had mongooses here.
These are going to be the Halley building birds is what these are going to be. They're not leaving. They missed their chance. They're supposed to go to Florida. They missed it. It's gone. They're here. Now they've made it. This is their new Orlando.
Are they squatters?
Yeah, that's what it is. This is Orlando to them now.
And everybody knows. Once birds, they miss their chance to fly south. Once they get into a building, you can't get them out.
They're not making that trek.
Yeah.
I love the. Oh yeah, listen, we've worked in this building for how many years? I like the people here for the most part. They're not the type to really put a whole arsenal at the bird gate that's going on right now. They're not really going to attack this with full force.
Are you saying the security guards
are
not guys, they're not folks that just snap right to it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Okay.
I
would not make that criticism.
I've assessed the situation. I feel pretty good in that.
The truth broker strikes again.
I just can't tell a lie, guys.
Now, and I think that was Abe Lincoln. That being said, so we're just talking about the supporters and how much of a part of this should basically how they should factor into the Browns' decision on Shedeur. And the truth is, I mocked this 2 weeks ago. I still mock it now. If you have people out there in an organization, head coaches or GMs, afraid of people that really like Shedeur Sanders, you should not have your job. Like, I do not understand the NFL in general, with all their bluster and all their football guy isms, with the swagger and all that. Like, I still don't understand how I'll fall back on the take that Kevin Stefanski couldn't handle Baker Mayfield. Like, do you know how to work with people? Because if you only know how to work with people that go, yes, Mr. Kevin, I'll do whatever you want.
Then I present to you Fernando Mendoza.
Oh.
That's a yes, man. That's a bobblehead if we've ever seen it.
That is vanilla on vanilla.
Stefanski says jump. He says how high.
Like, if we could create a college for that kind of guy, it'd be Our Lady of Perpetual Virginity. It's not great.
Yeah, who's the patron saint of virgins?
That works here or that doesn't work here? Okay.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Tim Tebow.
Tebow. No, that's a good one, actually. Yeah. that's a really good one. If we wanted to make Tebow that, I don't think the
he's
church
been married for like 5 years. They have a kid. I'm pretty sure they haven't done anything.
No. I think he came out and was explicitly like, "We did it now, guys."
Yeah.
Like it was a whole it was one of that for like one day. It was all on like USA Today. It was all these headlines.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Tebow finally got it done.
Yeah, and
he got the job done.
Until I see the video, until I watch the film.
You want a Tebow sex tape?
I don't want it.
Who's playing the part of Ray J? Who's playing the part of Kim Kardashian?
All right, this is more treacherous waters for us here because I can have an answer if you'd like me to give you the answer. I don't want one. I'm just saying I'll believe that Tim Tebow has lain with a woman when I actually see proof of it that isn't a child. You can fake that. There are banks for that. There are clinics for that.
Why would you fake that? Of all things to fake, isn't that like the worst thing to fake?
No, I mean, it's still his kid genetically.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but you don't need to seal the deal for that.
Wait, I mean, but why wouldn't he just
Fertility.
seal? Why would he just seal? But why wouldn't he just seal the deal?
Because he's Tim Tebow.
There's nothing blocking it through any part of his life at that point.
The Lord.
No. You're married. The Lord says it's all right. You're fine.
Maybe Tim wants to be extra careful.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can never be too careful.
Oh.
Hell's real, Jonathan.
I don't think you're getting sent there for that. I don't think that's how that works.
He doesn't know
if that is. That's all
He's
hell.
so pure.
The whole world's going to be occupied by hell.
Like, he sees his wife's shoulder and he just shudders. He's like, no, Lord.
Wouldn't that be something?
Not the temptation.
Wouldn't that be something? You get up to the pearly gates and God is just like, man, you guys really read this thing wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I really explicitly do not like that act.
Yeah. Did you guys not?
8 billion of you are now down below.
Did you guys not notice the part in the Bible that was all about begatting? What do you guys think that was?
You misinterpreted the whole thing.
He said, go forth and multiply.
And it turns into Angry God. Not as fun as Angry Birds, but Angry God.
Not as angry as Tim Tebow after like 70 years of pent-up aggression there.
Has anybody got on you, by the way, for saying Abe Lincoln's the one that said never told a lie, or has that not happened yet?
Let's see here.
Did the chat recognize anything?
We got Talk Sports Guy. Let's see. He's a good person. What a dork. LOL.
Is that Tebow? Is Tebow a good person? What a dork.
I think it was somebody being frustrated with us, so we were making fun of Tim for being virgin-esque.
Oh, the people that don't like Tebow really don't like Tebow, though. It's fine. I thought it was interesting. A couple people around the station, when they've talked about Tebow, not on the air, off the air, the people that don't like him really don't like him,
and the people that like him really do like him.
Well, I mean, it's he does fall into that Shedeur category in the sense of that they didn't do anything to bring this on themselves. Now, you can maybe make the case that he's a little bit more preachy, but like he didn't do anything that would directly be like, I have to dislike Tim Tebow.
Yeah. Well,
same thing with Shedeur. Shedeur didn't do anything.
That's the only place in which the way people react to them is a fair comparison. But
so
even
like,
then,
is the comp just as simple as they got massively famous for reasons that really nobody can explain, and that's why they fall in the same bucket? Because for me, it kind of stops right then and there.
Well, no, but for reasons people can't explain.
I guess you can't explain why Shedeur got massively famous.
Shedeur was a legitimate quarterback prospect of the NFL.
I mean, again, Tim Tebow was still taken in the first round. It's not like he wasn't a legitimate prospect.
Oh no, he had no business. He got drafted because of Florida success.
But again, even within that, he was one of the. He's a top 5 college player of all time.
How many
the amount of accomplishments that he had.
how many option quarterbacks in college have ever been taken with a top 32 pick?
I'm not arguing that he deserved to be a first-round pick. I'm just telling you what he was. He was a first-round pick, and he was one of the most, again, legitimately, when they do those like top 5 college football players of all time rankings, Tim Tebow's on those lists.
I think Shador is going to be an incredible litmus test and almost I honestly think it should be like the Rorschach test for the Browns when they're interviewing candidates. They should be like, all right, we're going to show you pictures, and then you're going to tell us what you see and how it makes you feel, and it's just pictures of Shador. Because if the answer is,
here's the other side of this. I don't know why. I don't get the impression the Browns are truly upset that this is how this has all gone down.
What do you mean?
Well, first off, this has given them life at the end of the season and interest in the end of the season in a season where they weren't supposed to have interest. So that's like a green check mark to begin with anyway. But like Jimmy Haslam loves attention. He loves the idea that people talk about this team. Like he's given them all that. Like this is gone. If you're Jimmy Haslam, I would have to imagine this has gone about as well as you could have possibly imagined.
With the whole 3 wins and everything?
Not that perspective. Obviously, he's mad about that. No, I mean the idea that you took a 5th-round quarterback and he's been able to keep people interested in the team this late in the season. We are usually knee-deep into not only drafting scenarios, everything like that, but we're way off actually talking about this team at this point when you have a 3-win season. We're still talking about them. The national media talked about a team that the moment Joe Flacco started week 1, they all would have checked out. So like, there's a part of me that thinks the Browns are getting exactly what they wanted out of this whole ordeal.
216-474-0092. Should the supporters be a part of the Browns' decision on Shador? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
at least 3 or 4 years. It is going to be 3 or 4 years of utter pain and horrid play. I don't care who the coach is. I don't care who you get rid of or who you hire. They are 4 years away.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta coming up at 4:20 today. We'll talk about the supporters. We'll also talk about Shedeur Sanders and how he grades out in the eyes of John Fanta. Get a little bit of college basketball talk. Probably not today, but we'll think about it. We'll definitely think about talking about that with John Fanta at some point in the near future. We should say here, we're going to get to quick hits in just a moment, but Isaac is called in to correct. Isaac from Shaker, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how you doing? I was just wondering, is it a lie if you don't know, or is it a lie if you just make a mistake, or is it just a lie if you just tell a lie? It was George Washington.
I thought it was more John Adams.
No, I think you. I wanted to know. Did you know, or did you just say?
Is it Zachary Tyler?
Yeah, I thought we all knew it was George Washington. So I'm thinking that it was a lie.
What about Buchanan?
No.
I think it was just a mistake. I think that's all it was.
Yeah, I've made like 3 of them today.
So the question becomes: was it a lie if it was a mistake?
No, it's not a lie. Because
I do like this. It's a little bit of a riddle there, Isaac.
That would make it seem like he was purposefully misleading everybody, and that's not true. You just didn't know who it was correctly attributed to.
Yeah, no, the lie would be that Tim Tebow's still a virgin.
No,
that would be a very playful.
Like if you mispronounced players' names intentionally, I would put that under that category.
That's such a great.
I would put that under that category, but not
Sam Camara.
Yeah.
Camara.
But outside of that, I mean, it's just an honest mistake.
I think it's a great bit when people mispronounce words perfect. That's a good bit. I mean, it's because that's not how it's said. It's not how it's said. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Aaron Rodgers threw for 224 yards and 2 tutties as the Steelers popped the Dolphins 28-15 on Monday Night Football. They have a game lead over the Ravens in the AFC North. The two teams meet up actually in Week 18 as well. It looks like the game could come down to that very game. How confident are you the Steelers will end up winning the AFC North?
No, I'm...
You're not going to go full Darryl and give up before it's over?
Why would I give up now? You just said it's going to come down to a Week 18 game, more likely than not.
I don't know. I actually think it kind of comes down to what happens against Detroit. Because I think if the Steelers lose to Detroit,
and Detroit is obviously playing for a lot still.
Yes.
And so, the expectation I would have is they lose to Detroit. Even then
they beat Cleveland.
They beat Cleveland, and then we got to. I can see the Ravens stepping on their toe before that, though. The problem I have is the Ravens aren't very good offensively right now, and so they just had a better game against the Bengals this last weekend, obviously. But they're not that good of a football team. I vastly overrated how good Baltimore is. It's not that the Steelers are doing anything special. The Steelers are doing exactly what I thought the Steelers would be doing. I just thought the Ravens were better.
New England, Green Bay, and Pittsburgh. That's the last 3 games from Baltimore. I think you're right about Baltimore stubbing its toe. Here's the thing. I think the Steelers are going to fulfill my prophecy with Aaron Rodgers, that they're going to go to the playoffs and they're going to get at least 1 win.
And so that's where I always maintained that they won't win that first playoff game. And so... Can I double down on a burger bet?
We don't need to double down.
Can I double down on that burger bet?
Because I know. I don't need to.
Hit me. I'm at the blackjack table. Let's double down on that burger bet.
That's not how it works. I think
Daddy wants a new pair of shoes.
I think I cannot wait until Jacksonville is the first-round opponent for Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. And
then Trevor Lawrence vomits all over himself and throws 4 interceptions again, like he did last year in the playoffs.
It'll be the most jubilant I've ever been at a Pittsburgh win in my entire life.
I don't think it's going to happen. Classic Pittsburgh, as always. They'll finish slightly above 500. They'll get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. They'll finish with the 20th draft pick overall. Wash, rinse, repeat.
They're going to be a 10-win team. And I believe that's another thing I get to be.
Which puts you around 20th overall. And
but you said 500. No. They're
I said slightly above 500.
10 wins is not slightly above. 10 wins is a very good accomplishment. How many times have the Browns won 10 games?
We can't base the rest of the NFL off of what the Browns do.
Okay, but
that's bad.
How many teams win 10 games every year?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know. It fluctuates every single season.
You don't have 10 win teams in every one of your playoff spots every year.
9-8. Well, I mean, again, 45% of the league makes the playoffs. It's like it is what it is. 9-8 is slightly above 500. 10-7 still slightly above 500.
I'm trying to do 14 divided by 32, and I can't. You're lucky. I don't want to do another George Washington.
All right, Troy Aikman, let's stay in this game. Troy Aikman ripped the Dolphins for what he called a ridiculous fourth quarter against Pittsburgh, this courtesy of ESPN.
I'm flabbergasted by what we've witnessed here in this fourth quarter with the Dolphins, and now they want to call timeouts, and it just is about as ridiculous a fourth quarter as I've seen in a long time.
I mean, they had the 5-minute touchdown drive. That was a good part. They got in the end zone, but they were huddling up, taking the play clock down inside 10 seconds.
Dolphins trailed 28-3 with just under 10 minutes left, and they were moving like molasses. Now, they did find the end zone a couple times. They got there, but they were moving so slow. That broadcast, Buck and Aikman were tearing into what Miami's game plan was in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, I didn't understand it. I also would like to shout out Joe Buck for the old 6'7" joke in there.
8'9".
Come on, that guy knows how to party. Man, I got to tell you, how bad does Tua look? You're
I don't think he can play.
I think
he's done.
I think it's zone defenses. Oh, he's got 15 interceptions this year.
I think he's really
all
short.
Against zone defense.
I think he's really short, and then short quarterbacks, first off, stink to begin with.
You're such a heightist.
But when it comes to quarterbacks, I definitely am.
But
I do not like
short. He's not Kyler short.
Tua's short. None of these
he's
short
not
quarterbacks.
Short. He's not Dylan Gabriel mini.
In this day and age of football, and you can even include Russell Wilson in this, who's like one of the pioneers of short quarterbacking. None of these short quarterbacks last. They just don't. They just get beat up and then beat down, and there's something about the game that just doesn't translate. So I Tua, Kyler, all these guys, I'm done with all of them. I want nothing to do with them.
This will never happen for obvious reasons. I want a lineup of short king quarterbacks, and I bet you at the end, the tallest section will be Tua. That's still not a big win, but I think Kyler's all the way down here. I think Dylan's somewhere in the middle. Who's the other micro machine I mentioned?
Are you trying to actually get well, I mean, we can talk about a million different height machines.
Dylan Gabriel.
No, I mentioned him. Who is there was a third one that I mentioned that's just a it'll bitty guy.
No, because you said Kyler,
Tua. Dylan, Tua. There was a fourth
right
one.
There.
Who was the other?
No, he's like, where's the fourth?
I mentioned a fourth mini quarterback. They're like real quarterbacks, but smaller.
Bite size.
Snack size.
Fun size.
Yeah, fun size.
I remember on girls' profiles and the dating apps back in the day, half of them would be like, I'm fun sized. It's like, I bet you are.
Guys should do that.
I bet you are.
Guys should do that with other things. Just rebrand it.
Yeah, Bryce Young to the short quarterback.
Bryce Young. Ooh, who's taller, Bryce or Tua? Pete Carroll's first year in Vegas isn't going as planned. He is 2-12 and has fired 2 of his 3 coordinators to this point. He was asked about his future yesterday.
Do you feel like you're coaching for your job?
No, I don't feel like that at all. I really don't. I'm well beyond that. I don't feel like that.
Would you be willing to oversee a rebuild?
Well, it's looking like that's what's necessary. We need to keep working to get better, and that's in all areas, all aspects of what we're doing. I came in here thinking that we were going to turn it right away. I really did, and anticipated doing that, and that's not what's taking place, unfortunately.
Should Pete Carroll be one and done in Vegas?
Yes, they stink. They're garbage.
I don't think they're garbage because of Pete Carroll.
Well, they don't have a lot of talent, and so I don't know how much of that you want to put at the feet of Pete Carroll. But when you make the deal for Geno Smith, you can't suck this bad. There's a difference. If you
They didn't trade for Pat Mahomes, they traded for Geno Smith.
No, but they still committed to Geno in a way that was 3 years, paying him $35+ million. They committed to Geno, and so when you made that commitment, what you're telling your fan base is year one is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 wins, somewhere in that range. And it isn't. It's nowhere close. This is one of the worst teams we've seen, and we watch Browns football all year long.
So I don't think the Raiders are 2-12 bad. I also don't think they're very good. I think the problem with the Raiders is since firing Gruden, it's been 1 year here, 2 years here. I think you're in the cycle of suck because you've gone full Haslam. You can't go full Haslam.
Well, they have so many owners. Not only do they have Davis, but now Tom Brady's in there just getting angry about everything all day long. So and Brady's got the connections that he's always going to be I know this guy that can do this better.
So you're saying Tom Brady's not a good broadcaster and not a good owner? No.
Dude, from what I hear, he's an awful owner. Behind the scenes, he is trying to call everything and do everything. And it's he's a tyrant. But he's tall, so he's not like Napoleon. He's just
And he's dressing like a 50-year-old pimp.
I'd like to go to the investigative sources on this one. You're from the area, so I'll lead your designation on this over my own, okay?
Okay.
When it comes to Dante Moore, is he Cleveland or is he not Cleveland?
He grew up in Cleveland and then went to high school in Detroit. He is Cleveland.
Not just no, hold on. But I need to give you all the facts first. I feel like you just spotted out a couple things there, and I want to give you more relevant
George
facts.
Washington, Abe Lincoln, all over again.
East Cleveland, Elyria, born at 5 years old is when he moved to Detroit. 5.
Ooh.
So I'll give an example here. Joe Burrow. People don't know this. Joe Burrow was actually born and raised until the age of 7 in Iowa. Everyone claims him as an Ohio kid because why? Because, who cares what happens the first 7 years of your life? Like, the fundamental years of your childhood, 7 on, he's an Ohio kid. And so that's why Joe Burrow's always been able to identify. He roots for the Ohio teams. He does everything Ohio. He went to Ohio State. He's an Ohio kid, age 7 and on. Dante Moore at 5 went to Detroit. Detroit is in his blood way more than Cleveland is.
Do you consider Steph Curry an Akronite?
At what age did he move? I thought he was just born in the hospital.
It was like 2 years later.
Yeah, you're not. I'm sorry. You might be. You can say you're born in Akron. You can say that happened, but you're not. You're not an Akronite.
I think you've swayed me. Not a Clevelander. Get him the hell out of here.
Because you know what happens if he gets drafted? Everyone's going to be like, born and raised in East Cleveland. I don't know why I gave a big speech attached.
He kind of went.
We went MLK on that.
Kind of went. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah.
But what people are going to say.
He had a dream.
Now you got that one right.
Yeah.
There we go. You're 1 for 2 in your historical quotes. Now are you going to take layups all day long?
Maybe. Wait, was he a Browns fan or was he a Lions fan?
I assume a Lions fan if you at the age of 5.
I thought you said you got all the details.
No,
here.
I don't. I have the details enough to know that people are running with this as if he was born and raised here and then just moved for high school. When the reality is that he moved at 5. The age of 5, he went to Detroit.
All right. So it said while Dante Moore grew up an Ohio State fan. Swing and a miss there. There's no strong indication he's a diehard Browns fan now.
So he's a front runner is what you're saying.
Well, let me see.
He only adopts Ohio State because Michigan and Michigan State suck?
Lions
at that
fan?
point?
Let's see here. There's no strong... Okay. But he does say he's a Detroit Spartan at heart. I don't really care about that. I'll make a decision when I find out if he's a Browns fan or a Lions fan, or if he's one of those awful people that's like, well, I have ties to both teams, but I'm also a Green Bay fan.
Here's the weird thing about this. So his dad was a diehard Michigan fan, and his mom is a diehard Ohio State fan. So technically, he says he rooted for both.
Yeah. Fence riding.
I mean, that's the biggest offense out of all this.
One day a year, that house got real hot and heavy. There was some real tension on that.
He said it was a battle in the living room during games.
I bet it was. Gloves off, everything off. Ohio State versus Michigan. Who's going to win the game?
But his dad was the bigger...
You do it right. Everybody wins the game.
It seems like his early allegiance was with Michigan because of his dad's influence more than it was Ohio State. So just so you know.
Unless I find out that he's a Browns fan, get him out of here.
He's not Cleveland. Concern
is growing with your Cavaliers. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, the Peterlin Pass coming up in about 40 minutes' time. We are spared another Cavaliers loss tonight because they ain't playing. We got the NBA Cup. We'll get into that conversation. And more people waxing poetic about the injury of Patrick Mahomes and saying the thing that is cliche and annoys the hell out of me every time somebody says it when somebody great gets injured. But Cavs stink. Boy, howdy. They totally They totally caught the Peterlin Pass for how bad the Browns looked on Sunday. But the Cavs lost to the Hornets. You shouldn't need to work that hard to get back into a game against the Hornets. Mm-hmm. And if you go to overtime, the veteran team should win that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the better team should always win that game anyway. But like Donovan, here's the problem with this: is we have so many of these games where they're just scratching and clawing and trying to find their way back into these games, and ultimately it's just Donovan go put on the cape and do it. And then when Donovan just looks all right, instead of having like he did on Friday night a 25-point quarter in the fourth, you just end up stuck in the mud.
So I think, and actually, let's play the Darius sound. So Darius was asked about when it is time to be concerned about their play.
Really, when everybody's back and we're still going through the same stuff. But, I mean, it's still no excuse. The guys out there are more than capable of winning basketball games and really competing at a high level. So there's no excuses for that. Just got to find the energy, the competition, the spirit all over again.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about things like competition and spirit, it's not injuries. And even mentioning injuries becomes an excuse.
Yeah, it's not going well, and I listen. Darius has taken a lot of the brunt of this, and I understand it, and I get why. He's like the disappointing part of this right now, but it's because he's injured, and he knows that. We know, everyone involved knows that, but it doesn't take away the idea that without Darius playing at the normal Darius level, this team is not good enough.
Well, Darius isn't exactly helping himself. There is the footage going around from whichever game it was where the assistant coach was getting up and yelling what Darius should do, and then Darius kind of played hero ball and shot an ill-advised three-pointer that was a dud. Like, I think you are starting, and I don't know whether it's just Darius is frustrated with himself. And I want to give him the idea that it might be, because I like that dude. I like how he plays basketball. I get that he's injury-prone. I get that he's undersized. But if Donovan wasn't here and it was Darius, Evan, Jared, and a different fourth piece, be it Lauri Markkanen or somebody else, man, I still think Darius can be a really important player on a championship team. But I am starting to wonder, is it the injury, or has the injury opened, I don't want to say hostility, because again, I think everybody likes each other, but has it opened a gap in how everybody feels about each other, and has it maybe exacerbated the tension?
You're saying within the team?
Yeah. There's no excuse for a team that's played together. Most of those guys have been together for 5 or 6 years, but there's no excuse for a team that is the core of which this is their 4th season together, and they're playing this poorly.
I mean, their offense stinks right now relative to what their offense was last year. Their offense last year was top 5 in NBA history as far as offensive production. This year, they're not even top 5 in the league. They're not even top 10 in the league in many categories. Like, it's taken a step back.
It's multiple steps back.
It's fair to question why it has when not many of the actual pieces of this team has changed.
And here's the thing. It's not just that the ball isn't flowing the same way. It's that there are clear chemistry issues. When we're talking, was it now 26 games in the season? When you're talking about things like togetherness and hustle and focus and chemistry, like, guys, this is a long time to be having those, because those are the most fixable problems in the NBA.
Yeah.
Playing hard is the thing that everybody just wakes up one day and goes, We want to play hard. We still like each other. Okay, let's go do that.
I'm just trying to figure out, did they swap out too many of those bench pieces and then mix it around? Are too many of the key guys that typically, like, is Max Strus being injured? Does that matter more than we're accounting for? And it's more than him, obviously. But I'm saying, like, the Merrill types, those type of guys, are too many of those guys dealing with too many injuries? I don't know. Like, you shouldn't have to rely on those guys to get you up, though. Like, as long as your core is here, you're supposed to be running through these squads, and they're not.
Yeah, and I just, it's a little bit much for me to think, well, it's Isaac Okoro and Ty Jerome. When Darius is here, when Donovan's here, when Evan was here up until 2 games ago, Jared's still here. Like, I'm
trying to find something. I get it. I'm trying to find something. Like, Ty Jerome did offer sparks, though. Like, there were all sorts of games where it was like, whoa, Ty Jerome just went for 25 and was the leader of that Cavalanche. Like, he did matter, not to the point that we're talking, though. He's not the reason why this team is all of a sudden struggling in a big way. But, like, why is that reason?
We did get NBA reporter Jake Weinbach saying that the Wizards, Timberwolves, and Magic are candidates to pursue Darius.
We got a Weinbach war bomb.
I'm a little concerned. I am a little concerned that if this continues on for another 10 games, and there's reason with Evan out, there's reason to believe it will, that we could get to a point where a real fracture point happens, and Kobe Altman can't sit on his hands and go, I'm going to let this one play out.
I mean, I think it's very much on the board that Jared Allen gets moved. The part of me that thinks that Darius won't get moved, though, is because you're selling at the lowest value you possibly could get.
I think that's fair, but I do think at some point, if there is tension there, if there is something between those two guys, and there's always been good tension there, and there's always been a little bit of bad tension. Like, they've talked about it, and it's not that they don't like each other, it's that they effectively want to be the alpha on their own team.
Yeah, like, if you're Darius, you do have to, I mean, and this is just something that's always going to cross his brain. I thought maybe he'd already accepted this fact, but maybe he hasn't. This is supposed to be your championship team.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be the one on the poster outside the building. You're supposed to be the one that gets the all-star nods and everything that accompanies that, and you just had to take a back seat because Donovan's a better player.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It always felt like when they traded for Donovan, in one way or another, 2 short guards like that, 2 guys who like to have the ball in their hand, at some point there was going to be an expiration date. I still think the Cavs are in control of that. Like, as long as there isn't some sort of fracture between Darius and Donovan, I do think that the Cavs are in control of that. But I also have seen enough in the NBA and enough in team sports in general that there is a point where you can't just go, well, we're not going to get what we want for Darius, or you can't just go, they'll figure it out. Because you don't. The worst thing can happen is you get to a point where Donovan gets checked out. I've never seen that here. And I don't think he ever did it in Utah. I think he made his decision after the latest Jazz thing.
Too busy fighting Rudy Gobert.
In fairness,
Rudy Gobert's a punk, man. I don't blame him for a second for that, by the way.
Is it because he's French? You don't like the French? You got a thing against French?
I've told you repeatedly for years I don't like the French. That surprised you there, didn't I?
Just such a weird.
I just wanted to surprise you there for a second.
All of our grandparents had it out for one.
They are one of my least favorite countries.
And then you're like,
they are one of my.
You don't like people from Azerbaijan? I don't get it.
Oh, that boredom and ennui. It's not for me. It's just not for me.
Jonathan, don't stress, my friend. Don't stress, mon frère. Have a baguette. And you're like, no.
The cigarettes and the baguettes. I'm good. I'm good.
Not every food needs to be served with some sort of gravy. Give me a definitive cut of meat here. Give me some Wagyu.
No, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started.
Oh, I pronounced the name wrong for comedic effect again.
And you know what happened? You know what happened, though?
I just protect you guys so much. While trashing you every chance I get.
Let me chew your food and spit it in your mouth.
Jake going on his honeymoon didn't help the Paris narrative, though, because he came back thinking he wants to move there, essentially. And I'm like, you don't want to move to France. You don't want to make that your life.
Oh, he's got big Francais energy.
You don't.
Been saying that for a while.
You don't want to do that. Well, what part of him gives big France energy?
He'd look good in a beret.
Is that all it takes?
Yeah.
It's the easiest admission ever.
And do you look down on Americans?
Yeah.
If you do those two things, you're really effectively French.
That's really the big part of it, is they've always just seemed like they think that they're above us, and I don't love that.
We invented democracy.
I know. Remind us. Great.
It's French. I knew it this whole time.
They gifted us the Statue of Liberty. At one point, we were cool, and then all of a sudden, their people just turned very pompous about the whole thing.
We are going to take it back. We're going to take the Statue of Liberty back.
That's pretty good, though. That's one of your better impressions.
I don't know.
Generic France kid.
It's basically
we all know
just
what
a
he
bad
seems like.
Pepe Le Pew. It's not good. Here's a problem with the trading Darius conversation. The Timberwolves have next to nothing that I want.
Yeah.
The Magic have Desmond Bane, and they're not going to give him to you for Darius Garland.
Can we shoot bigger, by the way? Can we shoot bigger? I know Atlanta kept being talked about because they are open to the idea of moving Trae Young. Are we? Do
I want Trae Young here?
Well, I mean, why are you giving me that look? I'm asking you a question. Yeah, do you want Trae Young here? Let's go to Memphis. Would you take? would you take John Morant?
The shooter? No.
Here's the thing. At least these players
We're working on gun crime in Cleveland. We don't need Ja Morant.
At least with these players, you get scorers back in return. The other names I've seen in return for Darius Garland is you're basically getting a bag of basketballs, and you're lucky to be able to get it.
I will tell you.
You're just like, oh, Desmond Bane. Like,
Donovan would knock Ja Morant and his father out.
I saw an article
one night.
24 hours ago, and the teams that were mentioned were the Hawks for Trae Young and Memphis for Ja Morant.
Jonathan, why do you want to trade Darius for Ja Morant? He's a problem child. He can't stay healthy.
These were, and by the way,
turning into triumph.
These were the off-season rumors.
Comic.
The Cavs off-season rumors were built around. Could you have this other tier of players that Darius somehow has found himself belonging in this group? He fits in that group of the Trae Young, Ja Morant type player at this point, which I get. I get the hesitancy. Trae Young and his hair that makes him look like he looks like Bubbles. Like it's ridiculous. And then Ja Morant, we've already discussed everything attached to that. But this is what you're looking at.
Can I interest
if you want to move Darius, you're not going to be pleased with the return back.
Can I interest you in Keyshawn George, Bub Carrington, and Bilal Coulibaly? Jax is shaking his head. Yes,
I love me some Bilal. Frenchman, though. JP's not going to like that.
Wemby's trying to reclaim my love of Frenchmen, by the way. Wemby is really getting me to maybe buy into this whole thing. I hadn't liked a French guy in a long time. It's been a long time.
I'm not going to make my comments. By the way, is this true? The Bilal Coulibaly's nickname is Bilal Catraz.
Are you on Basketball Reference?
Yes.
Because you're always going to get the best nicknames off Basketball Reference.
If it is, I'm flipping the script. I want me some Bilal Coulibaly.
So let's just get real with this. You want Bilal Catraz over Ja Morant and Trae Young. Is that what we're getting with?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, very emphatic yes, too.
Yeah, with Keyshawn George and Bub Carrington. Because you need a point guard, and Bub is very young. I think he might just be a backup point guard, but I don't care at this point.
I think this is more reflective of what you think about Ja Morant and Trae Young than it is anything else.
Yes. Have we seen Ja Morant and Trae Young?
They score.
Now Tyler Hero.
They score at a really high rate.
Now Tyler Hero, all of a sudden we're not playing defense, but we're shooting some three ball. All right, now all of a sudden we got some conversations here.
This conversation 3 years ago would have just knocked your socks off, by the way.
With the benefit of more information.
There we go.
What I have to say. 216-474-0092.
How would Ja Morant and Donovan Mitchell fit in a locker room together?
Are the Cavs at a fracture point with the core four and buy one, sell one in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta at 4:20. Albert Breer at 5:20. This is kind of like Switzerland. I don't know whether we're going to argue about Shedeur, Stefanski, or whether we're actually going to be simpatico today.
Well, it's more the idea, will Albert try to throw Shedeur's bad performance back in our face? Because it does kind of feel like it's the Shedeur Sanders supporters. I just bailed on it completely.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, it's been an every other week thing.
Yeah.
This is why, you remember last Monday when you're like, we'll take your victory lap, and I said, now, again, as the week progressed, we ended up doing what we had to do. You know what I mean? But like in the very beginning, we tried really hard, and the opening stance on that was what? Because in the NFL and how this always works, and with sports takes, how it always works is that you are right until you are wrong, and you are wrong until you are right. It's constantly flip-flopping in many ways. And so the reality is that this is now the turn where Albert, if he wanted to, could say something back in return. I don't think that's the game that you really want to gloat about if you're Albert, but I mean, he basically acted like he dog-walked you on a podcast at one point 3 weeks ago, so I don't know what he's about these days.
We got Albert coming up at 5:20. As expected, this prolonged funeral, this funeral march that has happened since Pat Mahomes got injured this weekend, out for the season. We got people speculating left and right how long he's going to be out. We got Trey Wingo crapping on them on social media. Don't know what's up with Trey, but Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show, which I think is broadcast somewhere now, he continued the funeral dirge for Pat Mahomes and maybe the AFC playoffs as well.
With the Kansas City Chiefs not making the playoffs, first time in the Mahomes era, you're going to miss him. You're going to miss the Kansas City Chiefs when the AFC playoffs are hitting. You're going to miss the buzz. You're going to miss the pizzazz. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in a blank with no time left. You're going to miss something. The AFC playoffs will have less juice to it without the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. All you Chiefs fatiguers out there, all you Chiefs fatiguers out there will admit it. You might have to go higher register. League's more fun when the Chiefs are good.
I will give him credit that he's not monotone in any way. He's the opposite. He's the guy who has random amounts of volume.
He's never been that way before, though. That's why I don't know when that developed.
Is it just the emotion of Pat Mahomes' injury?
That was never him. He was always very much monotone guy. So actually, I like this curveball from Rich. I think this is good. Swerve into this. But that take's not any unique than anything that what half the country's already said about it.
I really get annoyed when people are like, the NFL's better when the Chiefs are in the playoffs. The NFL's better when the Packers are in the playoffs. It's like the NFL is an unstoppable machine.
It's an unstoppable machine, but I do think the product is better when Patrick Mahomes is on my television.
It hasn't been good Patrick Mahomes for 2 years.
I enjoy it personally more when it's Patrick Mahomes on my television than a lot of other quarterbacks on TV, though. Like it does, even if
I enjoy when Patrick Mahomes is elite
and he's on my screen. You never know what kind of magician trick he's going to pull off or something different that's unique to Patrick Mahomes. All of a sudden, he's going to throw a ball with his left hand the way that he does every now and again. Like there's certain parts of his game that is not replicated with other quarterbacks, and there's a uniqueness to it that I do get gravitated towards, and I do with I enjoy that, but on top of it, because it's the greatest of all time, or if not the greatest of all time, second in line to Tom Brady, but the greatest active player playing, I get a little bit more juice. I get a little bit more pep in my step. When I watch the Chiefs on television, I feel like that game is big, even if the game itself isn't actually a big one.
Yeah, I think I honestly think the AFC playoffs are more fun when the Chiefs are good, is the lowest hanging fruit of and I've heard everyone say it. There's nothing interesting about it, even if it's true or even if it's not true.
I've had fun in the past year or so starting to root against the Chiefs. I used to root for the Chiefs in some way, and not the idea that I would actively root for them and be like, let's go Chiefs, but the idea that I liked watching Patrick Mahomes achieve what I thought was greatness. Past year or so, I flipped on that. Like I started to. He almost took like a villain-esque turn for me,
but
like
not changing a thing that he does.
No,
it was about his wife.
Fault.
It was about his kid. It was about Taylor Swift. Not for you, but for others.
No, but there's nothing he did. There's nothing he did. It's just the idea that he was winning too much for me, and I did want to see other people win. But like I can't deny the idea that the games are much more fun when he's involved.
I just think the bigger issue is it's not just Mahomes. We're guaranteed no Joe Burrow, which is now becoming a regularity.
3 straight years now.
And, I mean, I want to say it was, I think it was 42%. I think the Ravens have a 42% chance of making the playoffs, something like that. So we're not even guaranteed Lamar Jackson. So I look at it more as like, if you want to make a case that Lamar, Joe, and Mahomes all missing the playoffs, if that's what comes to fruition, that's not good for the NFL, I think that stands to a lot of reason, but one quarterback?
It's not saying it's not good for the NFL. It's saying I have interest when they're on the TV, Mahomes that is, and I'll have interest when these other games are on too, though. Like when Denver takes on New England or something like that, like I'm going to have interest in that. Like that's still going to be fun. It's just going to be fun for different reasons.
I do think it speaks to a level of laziness in just how the NFL is covered. It's why you turn on Fox Sports 1 and it's, can Mahomes do the unthinkable? Can this, that, and the other?
Yeah, Nick Wright has told the playbook in previous iterations of like his podcast and such. Essentially, what they do if they're one of those big talkers, they talk about 12 teams.
Yeah,
you just have to focus in, but you can find it. And like he's openly talked about, like he studies really hard on basically 12 teams. There's obviously 32 teams in the league, but you study hard on 12. You let a couple of that are surprises. You study really hard on them, but like they don't cover all 32 the same way. They just don't.
But I think the idea here is I think it's pretty interesting because, one, it's not the same 12 teams every year. I think in reality, you probably focus on like 10 great quarterbacks or 10 really high-level quarterbacks, maybe two high-level head coaches, this, that, and the other. But like, I don't know. I look at this year and I'm like, I understand that the Chiefs being in it adds a level of who's going to beat Mahomes, right? I do understand that. I also look at this year and it's like, well, you've got the Josh Allen is relatively unchecked by his true peers in these playoffs. And can Drake May, Justin Herbert, or any one of the young quarterbacks, CJ Stroud, can any of these guys basically leapfrog Josh Allen in how we view quarterbacks? And then that's before we even get to the NFC, which has a whole host of teams just basically vying for being the one that gets to knock off the Eagles.
I don't look at it as like an insult to the rest of the league because the NFL fan is going to be interested in all of it, right? Like this is how we consume this. This is how we take this in. Like you're gonna.
But I can call this narrative out from a mile away. It's going to be. Yeah, it's great, but there's no Mahomes. Yeah, well, there's no Lamar. It's the same way as I could call the funeral dirge for Patrick Mahomes' injury. I can call it coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
That Nick Wright or Colin Coward or Stephen A. Smith, someone's going to see, don't these playoffs suck because these guys aren't in it?
We're going to look around and say that, yeah. I promise you we will. And that's, but again, and maybe we'll put a lot of this postseason on the shoulders of Josh Allen to keep us as entertained as we need to be. But that is the most important position, and the best players at that position not being a part of it, that does make it, again, we're going to care about it, but yeah, it does dampen it in some way. Like when we look around and we see, I don't know, CJ Stroud versus 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, or Aaron Rodgers versus Trevor Lawrence in an opening round game, like that's it. Yes, inherently that's not as exciting as watching somebody that could go down as the greatest of all time, but it doesn't make it any less interesting to me.
But I think for a lot of people, they're going to miss what I think is the central point of this offseason. I do hope, listen, for Buffalo, for Josh Allen, this seems to be as good of a chance from you don't have a lot of your true competitors and peers from when you were drafted in this one. So I want Buffalo to win on some level. Also, if it's Jordan Love, if it's CJ Stroud, if it's Justin Herbert, if it's Drake May, I'm not as bullish on Bo Nix as a true franchise quarterback. I think he's a bit of a product of what he does. But there's like 6 or maybe 7 guys. I didn't do that on purpose. 6,
8,
7.
9.
There are 6 or 7 guys that if they win the Super Bowl this year, we finally have somebody new in that category.
Okay,
like the whole point of the franchise quarterback dilemma is you got like 4 guys and everybody else. There's more than half the crowd that have the capability to be called true franchise quarterbacks and elevate their standing in the NFL into a top 5 quarterback.
Or is it going to be looked at how you looked at and I'm saying you with you looked at the Boston Celtics championship a couple years ago? where you said it was like the worst path in the Eastern Conference to possibly get to, and then the championship was looked down upon in a lesser way because of that, because the road was much easier. Will this, if let's say Trevor Lawrence ends up with the Super Bowl win this year,
well, no, that one I will discredit.
Is it going to be knocked down?
Yeah, that one's not a real thing. We don't acknowledge that. Put an asterisk on that.
That I do think will become part of the narrative.
Well,
if there is no Burrow, if there is no Lamar, if there is no Mahomes, and it's just Josh Allen as far as top 4 quarterbacks in the sport that we look at, and you turn around and you're like, yeah, Trevor Lawrence ended up in the Super Bowl. How did that happen? Oh, that was the year basically all the good quarterbacks got injured, and it just never worked out.
But on one side, if you go through Allen to do it, there's some validity there. And on the other side, when the NFC, if you go through the Eagles, even if you don't think Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback, well, that's still the team. So, I do think there's enough left in the playoffs as of right now that I don't think I'm sure it will happen because it's sports talk.
That's how this works.
But I don't think as of right now. I think this has a chance to be the draft that we anoint a new guy into that upper echelon, depending on who wins. Matt Stafford, even. I mean, Matt Stafford wins a second Super Bowl, and I think it's going to completely change his legacy. Even if maybe it's like, well, okay, he's played on a lot of really good teams when maybe he wasn't the same player was in Detroit.
It makes it not even a question. Right now, it's like a borderline Hall of Famer. It makes it not even a question. If he wins a second one, that's your trip to Canton as well.
216-474-0092. Do you agree with Rich Eisen on this day of loss, this week of loss, that the AFC playoffs are more fun when the Chiefs are good, with 19 teams left in the playoff hunt with 3 weeks to go, which feels shockingly low for some reason.
What, that there's 3 weeks to go?
Well, with 3 weeks to go, you basically have 19 teams playing for 14 spots.
By the way, I did look it up because I have the standings in front of me. We currently have 5 teams in the AFC that have 10-plus wins, and we currently have, just in the playoff picture, we have 4 teams right now in the NFC with 10-plus wins, and every other team, we have 1 team that doesn't have 9 wins in each.
All right, real quick, though. Give me 1 team you buy, 1 team you don't in the playoff hunt that's actually in the playoffs as of today.
And I can't take an obvious like the Bills or anything like that, or
you can do whatever you want.
Okay. The team I'm going to buy is the Patriots. I feel like Drake May's for real. I like what this Patriots. Travion Henderson is so good, and it's interesting the conversation between Judkins and Henderson and how much that has flipped in the previous 4 or 5 weeks or so. So they have a legitimate run game. They have what I think is a top 3 quarterback currently going in Drake May. I think this is Drake May's version of what Joe Burrow did in year 2 for himself in Cincinnati, and I think he goes ahead and rises above it all.
So that's your buy. Who's your sell?
Yeah, I'm going to sell on the Bears. The Bears have beat they're paper tigers. They beat a lot of really bad teams. They've not really beat any great teams. They're getting a lot of love and a lot of pub because of it. I like Caleb Williams. I like Ben Johnson a ton. It's not their year. Not yet.
I would really like to see when the quarterback play gets better, when the pressure is more, how fluky do the turnovers really end up being? That was specific to interception. It can be such a hit or miss thing. I mean, I can't remember.
It's really not overall that good of a defense. That's the funny thing about it.
Without
it really
turnovers, I don't think they're good at all.
Yeah, they're great at turnovers, but they're really not that great of a defense.
I think the Bears are great. I would say Seattle. I know that defense is legit.
Yeah. Sam Darnold, they haven't allowed a touchdown in 12 quarters.
Sam Darnold's real close to the Peterlin time.
After that 4 interception game, he hasn't looked the same. It's been like a month of really bad football from Sam Darnold.
That's the same thing. Remember how good he looked the first 3 months of last year in Minnesota? And then when it came time, when it really mattered for Minnesota, in December, there were times where people on the national level were being like, he just can't do it. And they would be up like 21-13 with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So
it's still a massive win for him, though. The idea that they're 11-3 right now.
Yeah, no. I think
he's now won 11+ games in back-to-back seasons for 2 different teams.
I think he's going to be the quintessential good regular season quarterback, and then we get to December time and we get to January, and I think he's just going to. I really do. I think it's mental with him. It's not physical. He can move. He can throw. He's got a hell of an arm. It's mental with him. I think maybe the Jets broke him in a way that you can't completely unbreak. So I'll sell the Seahawks.
They right now have a top 5 scoring defense and top 5 scoring offense.
I'm going to buy. You know what? I'm actually going to buy Green Bay. I know we got to see.
You've liked them all year long. Okay.
So does that not count then?
No, it counts. No, it's just going along with the theme. The theme has been you've liked them all year long.
I think Jordan Love. I know he's no risky, no bisky. I know sometimes the risky gets him into bad situations, I think Jordan Love is ready.
I mean, there's still a real chance they don't even make the playoffs, if we're being honest about it.
That's totally fair. So that's why I feel better about that, is I just crapped on a 5 seed, but then built up a 7 seed.
There you go.
Yeah, feels good there. 216-474-0092. Of the 14 teams currently in the playoffs, give us one that you buy, one that you sell, in the Peterlin Pass with big stakes tonight in one NFL in one league. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
connect with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
John Fantic coming up in about 40 minutes. Albert Breer at 5:20 today. We'll have a lot to talk about. Kevin Stefanski's future and the impact these supporters could have on Shedor's career here in Cleveland. But it is that time of the day here on a Tuesday. Tropical 30-degree day outside. It's time for the Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
The Peterlin Pass is going to go to everyone that thinks the NBA Cup stinks. It has been too long now. We're year 3 of this, and it is mostly empty seats in a stadium in Las Vegas that has the energy of a morgue. We are not really selling out these games. The attention that everyone thought would be drawn to these games just doesn't exist the same way. And in a game tonight, Spurs and the Knicks, the $500,000 for each player on the winning team, ensuring what? That they'll play hard? Isn't that the promise you're supposed to have when you go to an NBA game to begin with? I'm not buying into it, and I would argue out there. Now, before the show, I was like, do you even know who's playing in this game tonight? You know, because you're a broadcast professional. Jax knows because might not be a broadcast professional, but he's just an NBA junkie. I'll put it up to the room. Can either one of you guys name the past 2 matchups for the NBA Cup Finals?
Wait.
Hold on, Jax. Jax got really excited there for a second. Man, why isn't Mac Robinson on the board? This guy's an NBA junkie. He doesn't count.
Thunder, Bucks. The Bucks won last year.
Oh, somebody was on a Wikipedia page for the NBA Cup. There's no chance you had that at the top of your head.
Yeah, because the Thunder went on to win the NBA championship.
Who was year 1?
Lakers and somebody, and the Lakers won.
I'm impressed. Jax, do you have the opposing team on that first year?
I actually do not.
Yeah, because
I know more NBA.
You were just on a Wikipedia page or something.
I knew the Lakers
there's no
won
way.
it, yeah,
I know your short-term memory. I know your long-term memory. What are you showing me your computer screen for? That doesn't prove that you weren't on it earlier today.
Do you see it right here?
I can't see what your screen says, no.
Well, maybe you need to get some glasses.
Does it
there.
say the NBA Cup screen
no,
matchups?
I was actually Googling NBA Cup ratings because I wanted to have that.
Well, and so here's the thing. So the some of the numbers and some of their advertising numbers are actually up in an impressive way. They've doubled their advertisers from 7 premier sponsorships to then 14. And the numbers are higher. There's no denying it. Like, they've gotten the ratings for this relative to a regular season game. That's why it's going nowhere. But I would ask you guys, are you actually invested into the NBA Cup? Or is it just missing me? Am I on an island in this where I just think the NBA Cup stinks? I think the floors aren't great. I think they went for something, and right now I don't see the juice in it.
So I think it's a tremendous success. I just think it's not for me. I think this is going to be one of those things, and I liken it to the Star Wars prequels. If you talk to anyone that saw the original Star Wars and was either in high school or an adult or up with the prequels, they hate the prequels. Jar Jar stinks. The kid who couldn't act his way out of a paper bag.
Yeah.
But you talk to people that were in the middle school down, that's their Star Wars. And I think that's all. Like, the only thing the NBA Cup needs to be relevant is the passage of time. They'll never get guys like you and me. That's not who this is for.
This is what the Peterlin Pass is for, by the way. It's to give people like myself that just are not into this and don't seem like there's ever going to be a way that they are into this. Like, it's okay. Accept the idea that the NBA Cup just isn't for you then. It's not for me. And be all right with that, because it seems like they're moving full steam ahead. They're not quitting on this thing, but I have zero interest in it. Now, I have interest in it in the idea that I'll watch Wemby take on the Knicks 11 times out of 10 if that's in front of my television screen. But I'm not interested in the T-shirts that are handed out afterwards and the confetti that falls down.
I think that's what's helping the NBA Cup
and the banner that gets raised.
Get a lot of interest and grow this thing in 3 short years. I still don't. By the way, I still think it's TBD on whether it'll survive long term. Like we're talking like 20 years from now, it'll still be the thing. If they're smart, they'll continue to keep it around and build it though. But think about it. You couldn't draw up the NBA Cup in a better way. LeBron wins year 1. That's a massive win for them. The very next year, you've got the eventual NBA champions and potentially the future dynasty of the NBA versus, I don't know, Giannis, who's a perennial MVP candidate. And then this year, the New York Knicks, everyone's favorite team when they're bad, and all of a sudden now it's a favorite team to hate. Against the future star of the NBA, which is Victor Wembanyama.
The real win for them is what it's done for the digital pages here. And like from a global standpoint, and I read an article earlier today, it's what I wanted to reference, how much attention they've gotten, 2.6 billion views across the NBA's social and digital platforms. It's a 38% growth from last season. Like that's where the wins are going to come from the NBA. And the reality is that as much as they're trying to do anything locally here, they're trying to do it on a global platform. And globally, this is winning. Because they're used to it with soccer formats and everything like that. Like across in other countries, this is the format that they're used to, and they've really accepted this. For myself, it just doesn't do anything for me.
I think if the NBA's biggest problem is middle-aged men do not like it, I think they're going to be just fine. And because, by the way, I think in the end, another 7 years from now, once the novelty of the hate of this goes away, I do think there are going to be more converts than you realize. I think time is going to be its best friend. Will we ever get
to a spot where like raising up the actual cup banner to the rafters is going to be something symbolic of greatness?
I mean, I think if you have more NBA champions in the game, and again, you need to avoid like it's Washington versus the New Orleans Pelicans. If you can avoid that, and we're talking about each team either has a global superstar, which Wemby already is, despite what you think about him as a player.
They got very lucky that Wemby isn't a part of this because I think that was a great deal for them.
Or, the New York market in it. Or like Giannis versus the eventual NBA champions. Like if you keep having what I would say is premier kind of matchups in one way or another, I do think this thing's going to age really, really well.
Jax, you're an NBA diehard. You would watch Shoot Around if it was on television, okay? Where is Nick right? Is Nick right? Huh? Is the younger fan base? Nick wrong? Are you guys the one that are into this in such a massive way?
My age group isn't even that into it. Honestly, I think it's high school and younger that are really into it.
Oh, so even you at 23 years old?
Yeah, I watched the 2 semifinal games, but I wasn't glued to my screen for it.
All right, Abella Danger versus the NBA Cup. Rank those for us.
You don't want him to rank that. That's an NBA diehard, and I think we know that answer.
No. You go ahead and rank him.
I put the NBA Cup over it.
So you think this is high school? This is high school kids that are really into this?
100%.
Are they actually really into this?
I'm not in high school, so I don't know, but based off of TikTok and Instagram, if you look at the comments on these social media posts, it's all younger kids that are.
Yeah,
Also, can we talk about how fat Nikola Jokic is getting, real quick?
How fat? Who is getting?
Nikola Jokic. Did you see him last night? Did you see his fall away from the elbow?
Oh, I'm watching it on TV right now.
Look at this. Look at that gut. I think we're about to get fat Nikola Jokic.
He's fatter than Phillip Rivers right now.
He is one sandwich away from being me. And
all we have to do is spend a whole offseason shaming him like everyone did to Luka Doncic, and then all of a sudden he'll end up on a men's fitness magazine.
I think Nikola Jokic is beyond shaming.
Dude, he just wants to ride his horses and
that's what?
His horses. His horses. You thought I was going to say something else that started with an H-O.
It sounded like you said something else.
His horses. He likes his horses.
He just wants to ride his hose.
Easy now. You're an unreal human, you know that?
You said it.
I didn't say anything close to that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. If I heard it, everyone else out there heard it.
No, I didn't. Your brain. This is like Meredith in the.
You double pumped on horses, and you stopped after the first 2 letters.
She said cup, and you're like, you said cook. It's like, no, you didn't. You said cup.
Everyone heard it.
Nobody
Jax heard it. Jax, did you not hear the cuck?
I was tuned out.
No.
Yeah,
wait.
tuned out, exactly right.
Who was in it? I think Mac was here. Mac would remember.
Did you hear me say horses with Jokic, or did I say something else?
Did you hear him double clutch?
I thought he said horses.
Come on, of course I did.
Jax just admitted he's not paying attention. You double pumped on horses and you stopped after the HO.
No, you heard what you wanted to hear.
I bet you Nicola does want to just ride his horses.
I don't even think that's true. I think the horses part is true. The other part, though, I don't even like. Nikola Jokic seems like he's got no interest.
Tim Tebow.
We've met enough people in life, you and I, that just seem like they wouldn't even do that if it was sitting right next to him. Okay,
take your feminine wares elsewhere.
I really do.
I'm watching my ponies.
I get that vibe from him. I do. He's just like, just wants to race horses. He doesn't want to do basketball. He's bothered by basketball. He just wants to race horses and has no interest in anything else.
I just want to eat this apple and watch the ponies. Leave me be. Kevin Stefanski's side.
I'm going to play actual Jokic clips for you to hear how just backwards that is that you said that.
I think you said it.
You went that. That was your impression of Jokic.
Is how I saw him. Kevin Stefanski's future. I want to ride my horse. You got a break.
clinch their playoff spot this weekend, which will send them to the playoffs for their 7th straight year. Coming up today at 4:20 on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
What do the next 3 games mean for Kevin Stefanski? This is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
John Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. Talk about Kevin Stefanski's future here in Cleveland. We've had enough reports that say, maybe Kevin Stefanski would welcome a change of scenery. Maybe Kevin Stefanski, if he did get fired, he'd be a prime candidate to be a head coach elsewhere. I do kind of believe that might have been one of the contributing factors to the Bears' loss. Can I throw that one in there real quick?
What do you mean by that?
The fact that whoever is putting that out there, because I don't think it'd be the Cleveland Browns, whoever's putting that out there, I think the boomerang effect is it might help Kevin get a job quicker or gauge the market for Kevin if he gets fired. Yeah, I don't know. It helps a team already kind of spinning in quicksand to hear their head coach could be coaching elsewhere next year.
Oh yeah, I mean that's it's a tale as old as time, right? Like you want to feel like you're playing for something, you're building with something, and then if the guy is already 1 foot out the door, that's never a good thing.
By the way, PJ saying you double pumped. Timothy saying you double pumped as well.
Here's the problem with this, okay? And I got a text from our buddy James Bridges. He goes, "Your eyes were so wide when you said it because you knew that you said it." The problem with it, my eyes didn't get wide because I said it. My eyes got wide because your reaction was like, "Oh."
I went full Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, it was like like you get excited anytime anyone double pumps, anytime anyone trips up on something, anytime, and like a point of glee that I can't even describe for people because you just get like it just excites you so much.
It does,
and so like and again, that just it's not even a problem. It's the reality of the situation. So like me talking. And then seeing you get massively into it, I had no choice but to then smile.
This is basically
That's
Bubba
all that was
Ventrone.
ever going to happen.
This is basically Bubba Ventrone saying the players have to execute.
Go out there, rewind to the point where I perceived double pumped, whatever you want to call it, and then look at Nick's eyes, and then look at my eyes. Look at his eyes.
This is getting very lusty very quickly,
and the excitement
look
that
right
is behind
in these eyes.
The excitement that's behind those eyes. Okay, and the idea.
That?
Nick lives for people to fall flat on their face and then revel in it, and that's all right. That's fine. But the reality is then it makes me just I can't contain my
Kevin
face.
Stefanski.
I think I could offer you. I could slide across $1 million, and you'd have a good reaction. But double pumping on a word, that's your Super Bowl.
When it's horses, yes,
that's your everything.
That's a word that if you double pump at all at any part in that word, you're playing with fire.
Yeah,
you got the HO, you got other parts of that.
Why do you think it was the game everyone played as a kid?
That's true. You could yell.
You had to yell it out.
Yeah.
Use
I don't remember. Now, that being said, Mary Kay Cabot was on this station earlier today and was asked about this idea that maybe Stefanski could want out. Does Kevin Stefanski want to be back here in Cleveland next year?
I would think so, yes. I would think that he would want to finish what he started here. I think that this year it laid the foundation for Super Bowl window 2, and I think that they're going to add another big layer to that next year when they have 2 first-round picks, a lot of resources, a decent amount of cap space, and I think they're going to, pretty much put the finishing touches on Super Bowl window 2. It's not that you get there in that first year when you put sort of the finishing touches on it, but you have pretty much the team that you think can get you there.
So, one, I think we really got to put a pin in the Super Bowl window, too.
I like that she's swerving into it, though. That's kind of funny for her.
It's funny.
But only for her. Everyone else, please don't do that.
Being said, I don't know. I really don't know what Kevin Stefanski would want at this point because I think whether it's Kevin's people, whether it's the Browns PR, somebody for the last 6 years has been pounding the drum that Kevin Stefanski doesn't have any power and has used that as a reason to be like, he's succeeding in this. If the circumstances were so dire with Kevin that he doesn't, Kevin's trying to make football decisions based off football and nobody will listen to him, that's something paraphrasing, that Albert Breer said on this station, then why would you want to be back if you're Kevin?
I just don't know why he'd feel like he wanted to finish the job, because finishing the job will take years with an S with no actual conclusion that you get the job done.
Connect three straight 3-win seasons.
I don't understand it. I'm very confused. Like if he's got a chance, a real opportunity out there to, let's say, even get like the Giants job, where all of a sudden you get to find yourself in a much better spot than you currently are. There's no shame in saying you couldn't get it done here. A lot of people before you, a lot of people after you will have conceded the idea that they couldn't get it done here. This is not some sort of scarlet letter that will follow you for the rest of your life.
I'm not rooting against Kevin, so I don't want to make it seem like that. I am rooting against the general media that has carried water for Kevin for 6 years, and at no point, and like at some point, people decided he was Shanahan, he was Sean McVay, he's Andy Reid. That's a comp we get all the time, Andy Reid in Philadelphia, and which is okay. Like when you were an 11-win team twice over, went to the playoffs 2 out of 4 years, your previous low water mark was 7 wins, 7-8 wins, like, okay, I can handle that, even if he really still hadn't accomplished a damn thing in the NFL, because there was a lot going on around him. The idea that the last 2 years have not changed the thought process on Kevin, there's a big part of me that wouldn't hate it if Kevin got fired here and then didn't get a head coaching job this offseason. Just to push back. This isn't specific to Mary Kay, by the way. It's more to Albert.
Shouldn't you want him to get a job and then fall flat on his face there as well? I know that seems harsh because you're kind of rooting against a person to succeed. You're just rooting for them to fail. But like, if you want to be right about the whole situation,
I don't want to root against Kevin. I'll wish him, like, to me, the Kevin going elsewhere and being good.
But that would prove your point more than anything, though. Like, the way I see it is, like, if we're talking about just proving your point, like, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, it's not going to move Albert Breer off of whether or not he thinks he's a good head coach.
No. But I think this idea, this assertion that Kevin is Andy Reid out of Philly and will immediately have a better job, I think that's the thing that annoys me. It's not that Kevin could go elsewhere and be a good head coach. I think he's Pat Shurmur.
Okay, so if he
I think he's going to be at the mercy of whatever quarterback he has.
So if he ends up with the Titans, then that Andy Reid narrative gets to go completely away.
Unless he goes out there and wins with Cam Ward.
But it's not a perceived better job, or is it at this point? I don't know. You tell me.
Honestly, him just going from one job to another is impressive, given what the last 2 years have done.
I mean, I also think we need to know what the market looks like in order to have this conversation too, because there has not been a better time to enter the market as a head coach than what this offseason is.
216-474-0092. Why would Kevin Stefanski want to be back? I can see one line of thinking. I don't know if it's finish what he started. I see one line of thinking of I have a job, and that's better than going and finding out whether the grass is truly greener.
I think he needs to find out if the grass is truly greener. I think there's too many people like myself that don't think he's good at this, that he has a chance to go ahead and shut up in a different spot, and he can write that narrative of, well, nobody wins in Cleveland. I guess I'm not one of those people, but here, I did it in this other spot, and this is what I'm good at, and on and on you go.
I still think... And
you can just blame the ownership, too, at the end of the day. They might end up doing that.
This is the same thing that I felt like with the Deshaun and Baker thing. We wouldn't have been talking about Baker the last 3 years if Deshaun had worked out. We just wouldn't.
Right, and have you noticed that conversation has shifted, too, by the way, in the past few weeks?
Oh, you mean the Baker haters falling back into that guy stinks?
No, not that. The idea that for years, the reported stance on it was the idea that it was Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski that presented that plan to the Haslams, and that was how that whole thing operated. In the past few weeks, I've noticed from multiple reputable sources and people, they are now running with the idea that was Andrew Berry that first originated that plan. And I don't think that's an accident. That
was always my understanding, but I think it is interesting that there's a pivot.
It's not how it was ever first reported. I was always reported, and this was from The Athletic, The New York Times, and which is the same thing at this point, and then obviously Cleveland.com. They'd always reported it as Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry had went together, and they took this plan and they moved it forward to Jimmy Haslam, and then Jimmy Haslam ultimately signed off on the guaranteed portion of this, right? The updated version and what's transpired in the previous couple weeks is now some of those same people involved in the original reports are now making the claim that it was always Andrew Berry that had the idea, And it was not Kevin Stefanski that was the first one that originated with that plan.
Seems like some conscientious uncoupling of some thought partners.
If you're going to try to make it seem like Kevin Stefanski is absolved of all the blame, and really when people go back to how this whole thing has failed, they go back to Deshaun Watson, as they rightfully should. Stripping him of that blame would be one of the steps in this process. I just don't think it's an accident that this is how this is going down.
So I don't know why. I was listening to a myriad of things today, and this thought kept cycling around my head on the if Kevin Stefanski gets fired, and just how it would go down. Because I think this is going to say a lot about how the Browns, how they want to present this. So basically, it's if Kevin is fired, is it going to be the night of the Cincy game, the next morning, Black Monday, or a few days later? And I could see it going any which way, and I think each thing, the night of the Cincy game means they made this decision today or 2 days ago. The next morning means it probably happened at the same time. They're just really trying to tell you, hey, we slept on this one.
Yeah.
And a few days later means they definitely made the decision, but they really want to sell it to people that this isn't the same old Browns.
Well, they also might wait a few days because Haslam likes the headlines, and he might want to just have his own little moments where it's like, Wednesday's our day. That's where we dominate, and everyone talks about Stefanski, and everyone talks about the Browns. I know I make him sound like he's Jerry Jones, but I really think he's like that.
I don't disagree. What I will say is I also think it's going to tell you how much Jimmy cares about how he's viewed. Firing Stefanski the night of, people will say, is an impetuous decision, same old Browns. You might even get that if it's the next day on Monday.
Well, if you do it right
I think if you wait a couple days, I think people might go, oh, they actually thought about it. You might get a benefit of it out there.
Well, I don't think people need him to even think about it at this point, though. But like if you do it right after the game, all it will tell people is that you made up your decision weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you didn't want to make the change in the whatever part of the season you came to that conclusion, and you were trying to basically see. I don't even know what you'd be seeing at that point, and that's fine. I can accept that answer. I thought Monday the entire time, but you do end up seeing some years 5, 6, 7 coaches all fired on that Monday. I could see a Wednesday just so he dominates the news cycle.
Can we
now.
agree for all that we're saying? Because we're talking about there's a difference between when you get fired and when it's announced.
Yeah.
I don't think Kevin's the caliber of coach that deserves to get whacked Sunday night. I don't.
Is that usually? I don't recall that ever being like a disgraceful thing on Sunday night.
To me, I just think it's a little quick.
Is your perception of that just like we could have just done that at any point then?
Yes. Like I think there is.
He doesn't deserve any of that for me. I don't. 6 years is 6 years, but like I would have fired him weeks ago.
Well, I think that's the point. If you're going to let him finish out the season, let him go home. Let him spend some time with your family. Like, let the emotion, because I think the thing that's really tough is if you're a coach and you just finished what you know is likely to be your last season or could be your last season, and you don't even get to fully process the loss of the game by going home, seeing your family, sleeping, and then waking up and talking with the organization. Like, I think there's now all of a sudden you're mourning that game, you're mourning a bad season, and your career all in one fell swoop. I think giving somebody time to understand and like to kind of catch their breath after the season, I think is a classy way to do it.
I mean, if you're Kevin, aren't you entering week 18 already with that understanding that you're gone anyway?
No, I don't think it's that simple. You and I have been on this. You and I have decided a year ago he should have been fired, that this was not going to go his way.
All right, so here's what I'll compromise with this. I like the classiness that you're presenting this with, and I believe you would do this, okay?
Stop.
I don't think the Browns will do it this way. I don't think they care about being classy. I think they've shown us throughout the previous few years they don't care about doing things necessarily the quote-unquote right way unless they can win a headline out of it. So, like, are they going to win the headline out of that, or is it just going to be one of those things where it doesn't really matter at the end of the day?
I think whenever they fire him, they're going to win the headline. They are, because I think fans will look at that as real change. If you're looking to win the headline, you're probably right. By the way, the maximum bang for your buck is doing it on a Wednesday and not a Monday, by the way.
Yeah, you just get the most amount of attention, most amount of conversation. Hell, then for 3 days, we're sitting around being like, why haven't they fired him yet? What are they waiting on? This is ridiculous. You need to be firing this guy. Oh, no, maybe they're keeping everybody.
And then you get the big payoff.
Yeah.
That would not have been the right way to say that.
Ooh, now, what did you double pump with?
We double pumped, I'll tell you off air. Barks from
See
the
my
pound.
eyes? Whoa!
You made me look like the cowardly lion. I prefer to be Mickey Mouse in this equation.
Whoa!
Put him up. 216-47. No, Barks from the Pound on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat saying Monday. That's when he's calling for it. 216-474-0092. Why would Stefanski want to be back? We'll talk with John Fanta. Does he have a list brewing? Also, his take on Shedeur on Sunday in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
offering 24/7 emergency services for both residential and commercial needs. With an A+ Better Business Bureau and 4.9-star Google review ratings. Call or visit TriCountyElectricService.com.
The college football playoff is set, and the Buckeyes are on the path to repeat as national champions. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 40 minutes. We do have Albert Breer coming up at 5:20. We'll see. Do we bash Shador? Do we defend Stefanski? I don't know which way it's going to go at 5:20. Always great to have our guy Albert on. I think we mended the fences. I think people expected me last week to go after Albert more, but Albert started the interview by laying down and being like, you know what? You can't go after somebody when they're laying down.
Yeah, it went exactly the way it was supposed to, especially somebody that does this a courtesy of coming on every week for a million years and 15 minutes at a time.
Now, speaking of somebody that's been coming on the show.
I say that, and we'll go after Fanta any day.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's Cleveland's own NBC Sports.
That's right. He's built tougher than Albert.
He is. I mean, he's Cleveland tough.
That's right.
And he also lives in, I think, New Jersey. So you got to be tough there, too. It's a garden state. A lot of gardeners out there. To go ahead and talk, as we do. It's been a silly show. As we do every single Tuesday at 4:20, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, the great John Fanta with us now on the Fan Hotline. Can you confirm the Garden State has a lot of gardeners in it?
And we don't mean sus gardener.
The Garden State has a lot of gardeners in it. The Garden State is an underrated state. The Garden State does not get enough credit. Well, it doesn't want the credit, but like I always laugh because when I came out here, it's like New York Giants, New York Jets. So, 17-year-old me was like, okay, they must play in New York, and they very much do not play in New York. They play in New Jersey. So that's always interesting to me. It's good to be with you guys. Happy holidays. Happy Tuesday.
Happy holidays.
Happy Tuesday to you as well. I will say
Zach
this.
Braff, by the way, Garden State, that movie, good movie.
I'm not going to do
I've
it.
never
You don't
seen
like that movie?
It's fine. His movies are fine.
Yeah.
He plays an erotic character. It's a real stretch for him.
There's layers.
There's layers.
That's my response to every movie. There's layers.
You guys are special.
Thank you. Here's what I'll say about New Jersey. If you get out of the place that's right across from New York, like the actual garden part of it, it is really lovely and lush.
Do you pump your own gas? Isn't that the thing in Jersey? You don't pump your own gas?
They pump, yeah. So
that still exists,
they
right?
They pump it for you. Yeah, you don't get out of the car.
Do you
can have the heat on.
that
you
guy?
can stay toasty. Yes, especially this time of year.
What do you tip? Is it like off let's say off like a $40 fill-up? What do you tip?
Yeah, $5 bill.
Doing the math here. That's more than what? That's about 25%.
I don't know. I would think like just even a couple bucks seems pretty good.
12.5%, I believe.
Now, do they always talk about that? Or they're like, do people like the convenience of it, or do they hate that it seems like an added cost thing because you have to tip?
No, they like the but a lot of people just don't tip. There's still a lot of people who just do not tip. Well, that's the reality of the situation, guys.
Now the Garden State has really lost some luster for me.
Yeah. But they don't like. You get out of your car and you start to pump. It's a crime. It's not legal.
It's a real crime. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
but murder's pretty okay.
Yeah,
it is.
Mafia, we let go. You get out to try to pump your own gas. We got another thing coming.
Hey, Guido, we got another one.
What are you trying to do? He went for the unleaded again.
Who pumps 89 by themselves?
Have some Senka.
It is wacky. It is wacky.
Oh, all right, buddy.
It's very wacky.
I promise you, this is not where we were going to go to start. It's been one of those days. Are you giving Shador a pass for how he played on Sunday?
Yeah, I give him a pass for how Sunday went because this football team is checking out. And, you look at the opponent on Sunday, and it did make me think, I don't know why I thought of this, but I did think a little bit of the Browns 2 years ago when they were on their pursuit for a playoff spot. And when you're in pursuit of a playoff spot and you know the assignment and you know your identity and you know your DNA. I remember the broadcasters came on the air and Kevin Kugler, who's he's a good friend of mine, always very nice to me when we were at Fox together. And Kevin teed up Daryl Johnson and said, do you think that this is a lot of Bears fans are worried about this being a look-ahead spot or this being a letdown spot. And Daryl Johnson's like, well, that's not how the Bears are thinking now, and this new coach has injected just a different mentality. And then you felt that mentality on the field. The Browns weren't prepared. They weren't ready to play the game. They're poorly coached. They're poorly managed. And now some of the players, whether they want to admit it or not, are thinking about Cabo. They're thinking about the beach. And you're certainly not thinking about winning a game in negative 5-degree weather against a team that's bound for the playoffs. So it's a lesson for Shedeur. There's plenty of tape to watch. There's plenty of things that he can continue to get better at. But, I know what I watched the week prior. And is there a difference in competition? Is there a difference in team? Yeah. But, remember, he's a fifth-round pick, and it's a week-to-week thing. And I don't know if he's the for sure answer heading into next year. I don't think anybody – if you're saying that he is, I think that's premature too. It's a week-to-week thing. We got to see how he does the remainder of the season. Obviously, the competition's challenging in different ways. There's a gettable opportunity against the Bengals there, and who knows what that game's going to mean. But I don't look at that and say, all right, downright failure, definitive, he's not the answer, this, that, or the third. That Bears team, they've won the amount of games that they've won for a reason. The Browns are a team with a lame duck coach and a team that needs to reset.
Yeah, John, you had clock penalties out of kickoffs. You had multiple penalties. Harold Fannin had 2 penalties on the same play before the play even got snapped off. There was the wristband situation. This was, I thought it was a clinic on how not to coach a game top to bottom.
It's embarrassing. The end is near. We haven't had a Black Monday in 6 years, and it's going to happen. It's inevitable now. And, I think that I think Shedeur Sanders, nobody's saying that he's perfect. To the people that are now burying him, when he was starting at first, fellas, you talk with Albert, we talk every week, you talk with a lot of people. But one of the things that we discussed was, I said, I've got to be fair in my evaluation of Shedeur, like I was with Dylan Gabriel, and consider the pieces around these guys. The talent that's on this team on offense is young and inexperienced. You put them at Soldier Field in that cauldron of Chicago, and it's just they were not playing the same sport as the Bears, and it showed. And that goes beyond Shedeur. Now, Shedeur Sanders is still the reason why the Browns had a chance to win the prior week. The coaching held them back. Now you're playing a team that's playing a different ball game than you are, and everything gets amplified. Everything, all of it. So it to me, Sunday was a product of a lot of things. Sanders obviously had a bad game. Sanders has to work on things. The Browns should not be hitching their wagon, even if Shedeur Sanders plays well the remainder of the season. They should not be hitching their wagon saying it's Shedeur or nobody heading into next year. They should, in my mind, have another quarterback option. I think a veteran quarterback, not named Deshaun Watson, that goes into training camp and has an honest, what's supposed to be a professional competition, with knowing that Sanders hopefully has a good finish to the season. But I can't sit here and say that I like watching this team for the young talent, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm going to make my conclusion or some referendum on every single throw or every single play. There's been some good. Sunday was a lot of bad, but that's why he's starting the remainder of the season. He's a 5th-round pick, and they're giving him this opportunity. He's got to seize it, and he can't have a follow-up. He can't have follow-up performances to what was last Sunday, but there are things that are beyond his control, which is why I go to, you can't make a definitive claim on his future because there's a lot of flaws within the Browns.
John, has Team Fanta started accruing a list of potential head coaching candidates?
I don't know if I've gotten there necessarily yet. I am intrigued by a couple of the coordinator options out west. It's at Seattle and Los Angeles with the Rams. and even the Chargers for that matter. I'm not in the Gruden camp because I just don't think that he's the answer for the Browns right now. I want to try. Look, they don't grow on trees, but I just look at what Detroit, I look at what Chicago, I look at what the Jaguars have done. And sometimes the choice is not necessarily the obvious one. They've got to get somebody who's going to provide a new fire, a new energy that gets the fan base, that gets what they're dealing with. This is not the most desired job in the NFL. In fact, at the moment, it's probably in the back half of desired jobs because of the level of dysfunction within. But I always laugh when people say, well, then who are they honestly going to get? There's only 32 of these, and it's still an NFL head coaching job, and the Browns do have young and feisty talent. I would say I want to go into the process with an open mind. I don't think that candidate is quite obvious. I think they've got to look hard at their identity. I'd like to keep Jim Schwartz in some capacity. I know that might not be possible, but he's just done such a good job, and he's formed what you wish you had on offense. But I know that can be harder because a new coach is going to want his people, and who knows what Jim Schwartz wants to do. But I wouldn't say that I sit here and I'm like, I got to have this guy. But I'm intrigued by the Seattle staff and the Rams staff and some of those coordinators that are there that could be options for the Browns.
Do you think then, you mentioned Jim Schwartz, do you think that the Browns are definitely going offense for head coach with the idea that you'd keep Jim Schwartz in place defensively?
I think that would be their preference, JP. And I'm not saying that, that I'm getting that from anywhere, but why would that not be? How would that not be? Jim Schwartz has engineered a defense that if they had any offense, they're already one of the best in the league. And if you said that the Browns had the best defense in the league, I mean, there's a lot of numbers that would suggest they do. And look at how awful the offense is week in and week out. Like, Jim Schwartz deserves credit, and he gets none nationally because his team stinks. Because their offense is devoid of scheme, devoid of organization, devoid of rhythm. There's nothing to like about it as a unit. And it doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. There's no quarterback in the league that would make this offense look good week in and week out. It's just not possible, nor alone against the competition they were playing on Sunday. So I would try to keep Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz shouldn't be fired. He shouldn't. Now, if the new head coach comes in and says, I don't want Jim Schwartz, I want my guy, well, guess what? You're paying him a lot of money. He's got to churn out results. And if he had a 2-year stretch like Kevin Stefanski's just had, Jimmy Haslam would probably fire him because Paul DePodesta isn't helicoptering around anymore. So that's up to the head coach. But if I'm the Browns, I try to keep Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz is a top 5 defensive coordinator in the league. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
John?
So, to me, one thing I want to bring up on this call this week is I can't help but look at the Jacksonville Jaguars results every single week and think about the fact that the Browns traded their pick to Jacksonville or traded for Jacksonville's pick in this upcoming draft, and look at that trade. Yet another stain on Andrew Berry, because the Jaguars are good. They're really good. And I think you made that trade thinking you'd have another top 5 or top 10 pick, and they're not going to have that. That's another mistake made by the front office.
John, I'll ask you, do you expect the next 3 games to look identical to what happened in Chicago?
Well, no. Man, if it's that bad, I don't think it'll be that bad. I think that you're going to see this team. I will bet right now, and we'll come back on Tuesday, that they're going to be close and have an opportunity to win one of these games. The last one probably presents the best opportunity to do so. Not probably, it does. I think they're a different team at home, guys. Buffalo has also had a little bit of a theme where sometimes they sleepwalk, and they've been susceptible to giving up runs. That's one thing with Buffalo is they can give up gain on the ground. They can. But Sunday was a mitigated disaster against a team that's riding a wave, against a team that has to win. And the Browns have a couple more of those games. The Bills and Steelers are both really good. I just think that I think the Browns are different in their home confines, that you're going to see certain guys just play better and you're going to see things be better when you're not in that Soldier Field crowd in Chicago. That was just deer in headlights for the Browns. I don't think they will look as bad as they were this past Sunday. I think they're going to have a shot to win one of these games. I do.
If the Bengals and the Browns swap coaches, who wins that outcome?
Oh, wow. Wow. Man, that's a good question. The Browns. The Browns, because I just don't think... man, it's a good question. The reason why I say the Browns is because I'm just watching this coach week in and week out, and I don't know if, I'm sure he and his agent have had to have the discussion of an exit plan here or whatever it looks like, and there's a reason why you don't just make Schwartz the interim. Clearly the Browns are trying to see if they could have some value with their head coach, because it's just. I would pick the Browns in that one because I'm just so the Bengals stink, and this year Kevin Stefanski's been brutal. And look, I previously defended him, but I have to look at what my eyes see, and I don't think Zach Taylor's a really good coach, but I just think I don't know what Stefanski's adding at all to the Browns anymore. He has lost them multiple games this season by being conservative, or by doing things that make you just say, what's going on, or by not adapting at all within the game. So if the Bengals and Browns played, like I look at Stefanski's offensive scheme, I know Joe Burrow's taking the snaps, and you asked me head coaches if they traded. I'd still say Taylor would have more to offer. Right now, to me, I just think that that Stefanski's message has fallen on deaf ears in Cleveland, in Berea, at this point. Like, I just don't think that it resonates anymore. Whereas I just think any other voice would be better right now. And it's not even because I hate Kevin. I don't. Kevin Stefanski did some good for the Browns in his tenure. He did. But he no longer is doing that. The last 2 years have been fireable.
John, we appreciate you, buddy. Happy holidays. And as always, we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, 3-Win Wilson. You're right on target.
Feels good to be right, buddy boy. John Fanta there, who owes me a burger. I haven't forgotten. Great stuff with John, NBC Sports. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan for my friends over there at Summit Sound. A couple weeks ago, I went into their facilities. It's beautiful, by the way. Everything is fantastic. You can check out all the different stuff that they can do, but I got the remote starter done in my car. Remote starter starting at $419 installed. It's been an absolute game changer. Yesterday, I told you I borrowed my mother-in-law's car. It does not have the remote starter in there quite yet, and it was just a disaster. Nice car, nice vehicle, got me to where I needed to go, but like the idea that I couldn't just sit here at the desk right now, I pressed the button,
Could changes be coming for this Browns regime? Don't miss a minute, as breaking news could happen at any moment, and you'll hear it here first.
Delay of game, offense.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
The Browns should not be hitching their wagon, even if Shedeur Sanders plays well the remainder of the season. They should not be hitching their wagon saying it's Shedeur or nobody heading into next year. They should, in my mind, have another quarterback option. I think a veteran quarterback, not named Deshaun Watson, that goes into training camp and has an honest, what's supposed to be a professional competition with knowing that Sanders hopefully has a good finish to the season. But, I can't sit here and say that I like watching this team for the young talent, but I'm not going to sit here and say that, I'm going to make my conclusion or some referendum on every single throw or every single play. There's been some good. Sunday was a lot of bad, but that's why he's starting the remainder of the season. He's a fifth-round pick, and they're giving him this opportunity. He's got a season. He can't have a follow-up. He can't have follow-up performances to what was last Sunday, but there are things that are beyond his control, which is why I go to you can't make a definitive claim on his future because there's a lot of flaws within the Browns.
That was John Fanta, Cleveland's own NBC Sports, talking about Shedeur Sanders. Do you agree with what he said?
Yeah, for the most part. I think the people that have gone overboard in both directions, I think somewhere in the middle is probably more accurate, and that's all right. I do think the idea that anybody saying it last week immediately throws him out as a quarterback has lost their mind. But, this is the battle that we've had the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. If we're talking about did Sunday's game push me closer to basically saying Shedeur should be the guy or he shouldn't, I'd actually probably lean toward should be the guy. He made a lot of plays for a team that nobody was making plays around him.
Yeah. I mean, and really the other idea on this is that there's so many quarterbacks we've seen put in that spot that absolutely crumble, and he didn't show that. But again, I don't want to be the guy that just sits here and defends Shedeur all day either. It was not a great game by any measure, so I don't want to act like it was the greatest thing I've ever seen. But the idea that people would just all of a sudden think that's some sort of weird victory—that's the other part. These people taking these victory laps on bad games that he has. Who are you people?
Yeah, I'm
just so disgusted by that.
Okay, the only thing I would say is you and I didn't take victory laps, but I mean...
Well, no, but that's also with the idea...
When it came to Dylan Gabriel, there was a lot of I told you so when Dylan Gabriel was throwing for 130 yards a game.
Okay, that's fair. But even when he had a bad game, though, we didn't come in here being like almost as happy that he has a bad game instead of what happened with the result and everything. If
anything, we were annoyed.
That's really what I think it is. I think we struck that chord of just being bothered by the idea that because every time Dylan Gabriel looked bad, it was just confirmation that Stefanski had chosen the wrong guy and we were wasting our time here, essentially. And so I think we were agitated about that. But I don't think we ever got to a spot where it was anything more than the idea that we just thought he was a lifetime backup. The people that want to see Shedeur fail and our Browns fans are the ones that are so puzzling, because even when they were losing with Dylan Gabriel, we weren't excited at the loss. These guys, people seem excited at the Browns loss and then couple that with Shedeur, and that's where maybe they just lose me a little bit.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about one of the things you and I talked about, and this is what, again, we haven't always been in 100% alignment on Shedeur. Going back to the draft, I wouldn't have taken him with the number 2 pick. You would have. I was more open to a second or third round pick, and then by the time he got to the 5th round, it was like, if you just got a second round value in the 5th round, that's brilliant. And that's where we started to agree more on Shedeur.
Yeah, well, we got to reset ourselves too in many ways, but yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, I think the one thing you and I both called out about 8 weeks ago, when Dylan was really starting to have those games where it's like, oh, you missed Quinshon Judkins in a flat, you missed this obvious touchdown. There were simple plays for him to make that if you're a cerebral quarterback, you should be making. You need to be making those immediately in the NFL. The thing that you and I both called out is, all right, you got to give Shedeur a chance when the games are still relevant. Because there's going to become a point where it's going to get harder and harder to truly analyze what he's doing because teams are giving up around him. And I think that's where we are. I need this team to show fight against Buffalo, because if Shedeur is the only guy showing fight, or if it's Shedeur and Miles and 3 other guys showing fight and half the team is checked out, I'm going to be able to put less and less stock in these games, and I'm just going to resort to, Well, he made some plays, and that's all I can ask for in this context.
And you're right to point that out, because the idea then instead is you take on one of the best teams in the NFC in the Bears, and it felt like nobody showed up around him.
Yeah.
And so, like, what's going to happen against the Bills? Is it going to be Shador versus the world again? Is that how this is going to look? Because you're not going to do well against Josh Allen if it's Shador and then 10 other guys making business decisions, or at least Shador and then a bunch of other people on this team that seem like they'd rather be in other spots, including the head coach, by the way. That's the other part of this we've not really accounted for, is that by this part of the season, does it feel like Kevin Stefanski's dreaming about the job he doesn't have yet instead of the job that he currently has? And in my opinion, at least based off of what we saw this last week, it feels like he's definitely there.
Yeah, and I really, I don't know. I just really hope we get another game where we can go out and say they were playing their ass off, and here's how Shador played. Because if we get another 3 games where he's the only, or he and 5 other guys are the only guys playing their tails off, and a lot of guys have visions of Cabo, guys, I'm going to give him some measure of a pass for those games too.
I think out of the next 3, we're going to get one game where we look at it and say it was closer to what we saw 2 weeks ago than what it was last week. I think we're going to have one game of that, and then I think the offseason conversation will be: can we get Shador to learn how to be more consistent? I think that's ultimately where that conversation is going to go to, because his highs are really high and his lows right now appear to be really pretty low. And so I think that the next evolution of the convo for Shador, if we're asking him to get better and better, and we should be, I think it's going to be asking for consistency from Shador. But that's not going to happen in the next 3 weeks. That's going to have to be something in the offseason, and then he shows us to start next year.
216-474-0092. Where are you on Shador through 4 games here as the Browns starter? More on that, and we obviously have a lot of Browns news to react to coming up in 5 minutes with the lead on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Let's talk about the roof of your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this winter. And if it's not this winter, it's going to be this spring. 2 times you don't want to be looking at replacing your roof. But when that happens, it happens. But let's be forewarned here. Let's really get this out in the open, because there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the roofing process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend Victor's Home Solutions to my listeners. Their loss begins with a free 21.
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
How I accidentally caused a panic in downtown Cleveland after the show on Tuesday.
And scamming the scammers once and for all. Is it really beneficial to be a good person?
It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. The Browns have lost Garrett Dellinger off waivers, which is interesting because this week against Chicago, Garrett Dellinger was your highest graded offensive lineman.
Third best player on offense this week.
And third best PFF grade.
And the way it was set up, Nick, if something happened to Whippler, he was going to be the backup center.
So
if something happens to Whippler this week, I don't know what's going to happen.
And they did all of this to make sure Rocket Sanders kept his roster spot. Laser eyes.
It is laser eyes if you're not trying to win games, I'll tell you that much.
I think it's googly eyes. I think we should have that. When he's great, you get laser eyes. When you make a dumb move, or a bad move, you get googly eyes.
I haven't seen laser eyes in so long, I'm forgetting what it even looks like.
Carson Schlesinger, maybe? Mason Graham, maybe? All
right, great. It's been since April. That's a long time. I got 8 months since I've seen laser eyes.
Isn't that the GM? Isn't that usually when you would get like Malik Collins? Like he did have a good offseason last, other than the quarterback.
Yeah, there's been a lot of teams that have made a lot of moves though. If it's been 8 months since laser eyes, what am I after here? Are you defending Andrew Berry right now?
No, I think my point is
I think you're defending Andrew Berry right now.
I am not.
Whoa,
I'm simply saying it's been 8 months since you saw laser eyes.
That's a long time.
But what move could he have made? Were you expecting a trade in training camp to be it?
There's been all sorts of trades across the NFL. The defense of Andrew Berry in this is very interesting though.
Well, no, but generally don't we grade a GM off the offseason and not...
We got to discuss the draft at some point, too, by the way. I think we're all getting a little carried away with what this draft was.
I think we might be getting carried away.
I think we're crowning people before we need to be crowned, is the point. I think Schlesinger's great.
Who am I crowning there?
I think Schlesinger's great. I think Fannon's good. But like even Quinshawn is Travion Henderson is the odds-on favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year right now.
I think if you put Travion here, he's paralyzed.
We can't talk about that?
If you put Travion Henderson here, he can no longer legally walk.
He's not here. And last week he went for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns.
It's almost like he's on an 11-win team. Mike Flory of Pro Football Talk joined Baskin and Phelps earlier today. He mentioned Shedeur Sanders' popularity when talking about his future in the NFL.
He could be traded in the offseason. I think their ambivalence toward him has been fueled in part by the coverage that he brings. It's almost like a Tebow mania light. It's one of the reasons why Tim Tebow couldn't find a home in the NFL after Tebow mania took the league by storm. Teams don't want those extra voices and forces and factors unrelated to talent and ability influencing decisions as to who should play and who shouldn't play. And I think that's been, even though Shedeur Sanders didn't really create that deliberately, that's part of the thing that makes him potentially unattractive.
Yeah, my point in this is that it gets offset with the value that Shedeur will provide. If he's your starting quarterback next year or even a backup quarterback at $900,000, that's valuable. That's valuable to the point where you can offset the idea that he's got his own built-in fan base. Again, as a starter, $900,000 a bargain. But let's say you have a different idea for the starting quarterback, but you need him as your backup quarterback, a very serviceable and good backup quarterback. On the open market, you're paying $8 to $10 million for that, and you're going to get it for $900,000. Like, there's value financially that will vastly outweigh the idea that he comes with a fan base.
Yeah, I hate the Tebow comparison because Tim Tebow never did anything of consequence. I know the Broncos team made the playoffs. Interesting fact, he threw for 46.5% completion percentage that year. A year later was replaced, and I think 2 years later they were in the Super Bowl.
Somewhere the guy that you yelled at last Friday about completion percentage is screaming in his car right now.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, it matched what we saw.
What did you say, though? You don't know your what from your what? What was it?
Your head from your booty?
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is I said that's some fraud.
That's some fraud, bleep. That's right.
And the second bleep was an unforgivable.
He's like, so you do care about completion percentage. That's what he's yelling at his car right now.
And then I'll say, context, friend. Yeah. Context.
Yeah, I'm out to get him back on the horn.
But no,
we've actually become texting buddies, me and him.
I just think this I think the Shador supporters, I think it is absolutely an excuse by NFL teams. And I think it's a rotten excuse. I think Shador, since he's been here, has been a really great kid. He's really ingratiated himself to the community. All I've ever seen from this kid is good stuff. And I know we don't see everything behind the curtain there, and they make sure that we don't see everything behind the curtain. Everything they've said about Shador, though, the Browns, they've been wrong. Well, Dylan's ahead of him. And then I watched Dylan in practice look decidedly behind Shador. Well, Shador's not really meant to play. He's a project. Then Shador played this year. Well, again, Dylan gets those first cracks because he's more NFL ready. Dylan looked like he's NFL ready to be in the UFL, and Shador has put up the best game. It's against the Titans, but the best game of any Browns quarterback all year long.
Again, if the value he has, and this is the worst setup, I think, but if the value it is $900,000 for a backup quarterback, think about how valuable that is. The 49ers are in the driver's seat for a postseason spot. Why? Because Mac Jones came in and won enough games as a backup quarterback. The Texans are in the driver's spot right now for a postseason spot. Why? It's because Davis Mills came in and won a lot of games as a backup quarterback. Like, having that ability, that matters a great deal, and it's worth way more than a third or fourth round pick, whatever you'd end up in return in a potential trade this offseason. Former NFL quarterback Chase Daniel. Diana, I'm critical of Shador Sanders now.
Diana, now I don't like him.
I want to highlight his lack of effort.
He's a diva, Diana.
He throws an interception. He needs to be running the ball down. That's what I have to say.
Here's the one thing I'm going to point out, and this is going to get on the coach's nerves, and you can get mad at me for pointing it out all you want. Watch Shador first before we get to the back view. After the interception, what are you taught as a quarterback? To not stand there. He was the only guy to not move to chase. Every other guy is chasing. I promise you that's getting talked about. Okay, I like the motion. He goes in, and then at some point, just maybe, you're never thinking he's going to make this crazy play where he tips it up and stuff. Like, try to get it around him. But in my opinion, man, this play wasn't as bad as some people make it out to be, because I think it was, it's an interception. It's going to go down. But this dude right here just made a good play. I just think that you got to show a little bit of effort on the interception.
I've watched Baker Mayfield's Browns career basically be ended by this very thing.
Yeah.
Cam Newton's NFL career, the second shoulder surgery, actually happened against the New York Giants. He was blocking on an end around. I can't remember the name of the scrub edge rusher for the Giants, but he just plastered. I mean, he just knocked the crap out of Cam Newton, and the shoulder was never the same. I don't want Shador Sanders blocking on this play. Oh, by the way, Aaron Rodgers last night on goal line plays, Aaron sets hike and then puts his arm behind his back and goes full Mr. Rogers.
Did you see him on the tush push play?
Yeah, no, exactly, right?
Yeah, he was lined up just way in back and just did absolutely nothing. Like, that was really funny to me. But we've seen a lot of quarterbacks get injured. Okay, so Mahomes wasn't on an interception. But Mahomes got pushed out in the same way that you could have off of an interception. You know what I mean? Like these type of plays just happen an awful ton. Jake Daniels dislocated his elbow after an interception. We've seen it so many times. Trevor Lawrence had that massive injury off of like this happens time and time again. It's not worth it to me.
Also,
you throw the interception, stop the play, be over. It's done.
It's not unanimous amongst NFL coaches. I mean, I've heard, specific to the Cam Newton thing, I remember because I was in Charlotte at the time, and I reached out to the 4 NFL coaches that I knew, and I reached out and said, do you want him blocking on that play? And he said, no. And when the play is dead from an offensive perspective or from the quarterback perspective, I don't want you moving unless it's moving the way out. And now, by the way, we were split. I had 2 coaches tell me, yeah, I do want him doing something in there, even if it isn't directly blocking. So it's not like we're in a big football guy community and everybody bashes Shador on this. I think it's on a case-by-case basis. I think it's split.
Yeah.
Mary Kate Cabot was on with Baskin and Phelps today. She said it's going to be hard for the Browns to move on from Andrew Berry given his recent draft success.
I think it would be very difficult to part ways with someone who has just drafted probably one of the best draft classes that I've seen in the history of the Cleveland Browns. I think it would be very, very hard to say, okay, we're done with you, right? I mean, you're probably going to have the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. You've got a really great defensive tackle. You have a really, really good running back. You've got a really good tight end out of this draft. You have another good running back. You know, the list kind of goes on and on. You add Isaiah Bond into this class, and then you haven't even made arguably your most important pick with it. Maybe not your most important, but one of your most important picks came from the trade down from 2 to 5, which is your first round pick that the Jaguars have in next year's draft. So I just don't know how you look at all of that and you say, no, you have to go. I'm not feeling that. I'm just not feeling that at all.
It's pretty easy for me. I think everything that led up to that draft is the reason why. And hey, if you want to say he didn't have enough picks because of Deshaun Watson, that's fair. But he also did make the trade for Deshaun Watson. So I can't let you go off of that.
As a GM that drafted Shador, shouldn't you back Andrew Berry?
No, that's not the case at all.
I think he did draft him. I think.
No. I mean, like, that's not the case that I have to defend him because he drafted Shador. I think I got great value out of Shador, but that doesn't mean I have to defend him.
Listen, I think if you're going to fire him, you should have fired him a year ago.
That's what I called. I called for him to be fired a year ago. I'm happy that he had a good draft to turn it around.
I think the roster construction is not good. I think at least this draft and Isaiah McGuire, a couple other young guys, I think at least I have something to fall back on with Andrew Berry that I don't with Kevin. Kevin has been a complete nothing burger the last 2 years. I will not cry to save either guy. I just happen to think Andrew's going to be the guy coming back.
Yeah, I just think they both stink at their job at this point. I'd be most interested in neither one of them coming back. If I had my druthers, that's how I'd see it.
You want your druthers.
I always do. John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. We asked him if he's expecting the next 3 Browns games to look like Sunday's blowout loss in Chicago.
If it's that bad, I don't think it'll be that bad. I will bet right now, and we'll come back on Tuesday, that they're going to be close and have an opportunity to win one of these games. I think they're a different team at home, guys. Buffalo has also had a little bit of a theme where sometimes they sleepwalk, and they've been susceptible to giving up runs. Sunday was a mitigated disaster against a team that's riding a wave, against a team that has to win. And the Browns have a couple more of those games. The Bills and Steelers are both really good. I just think that I think the Browns are different in their home confines. You're going to see certain guys just play better, and you're going to see things be better when you're not in that Soldier Field crowd in Chicago. That was just deer in headlights for the Browns. I don't think they will look as bad. I think they're going to have a shot to win one of these games. I do.
I need to see it. That game, the game that we saw on Sunday, is the kind of game that we have seen countless times in Cleveland in loss season where coaches are about to be fired. So now the burden of proof is on that locker room. And I know, like, they're a one-armed man or one-legged man in an ass-kicking competition. I understand that it's tough to kind of get where you want to go here. I don't think it's that tough to be competitive, even against a team that might end up winning the Super Bowl, the Buffalo Bills.
How many one-legged men have you seen in ass-kicking competitions?
At least 3.
At least 3? Yeah. Is that a big? It's a kink of yours?
No. Just an interest.
An interest.
Yeah.
The hobby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't just be sports all the time.
In your free time.
Yeah.
It's one-legged men in ass-kicking competitions.
And I just don't read a lot anymore. So I go to these local places. Yeah. I go to Amish country. It's good action in Amish country.
Okay,
and you just, you're like, all right, who's Zebekiah matching up against today?
They have signs that say ass-kicking competition. In case you're confused that you ended up at a butt-kicking competition or something else.
Yep, it's an interesting world.
You probably get good money gambling on the one-legged guy. Good return off investment.
Especially against the Amish. They really don't know numbers the way you think.
It's like a cockfight almost, where you're just gambling on these guys as well. I'm thinking that.
Well, I mean, it's just less ruthless.
What's the point if you're not gambling?
It's less ruthless. Nobody's going to die in a butt-kicking competition.
Now we change it to a butt-kicking competition.
Well, yeah. Have some decorum.
It became uncouth somewhere.
Albert Prier of the MMQB joins us in 5 minutes to talk Kevin Stefanski's future. Are Stefanski and Berry a package deal? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This traffic report is fueled by True North Convenience Stores and True Rewards mobile app.
Download the True Rewards app from the True North stores. Join today and save 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up and save 5 cents every day. Get member-only offers and stackable fuel savings in the palm of your hand. Find it in your app store. True North stores and True Rewards. Fast, friendly, clean.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we're working to get Albert Breer here. I think I have something to take you even further out of the Fernando Mendoza business.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
We're going to get to it.
Football Ned Flanders?
I think you're going to hate it so much more than anything else, including
don't like Football Ned Flanders.
him calling his mom mommy at the Heisman. By the way, Katie, big Indiana alum, love the mommy thing. Of course, your mom, you're an IU alum. That's the people who are like, that's a grown man calling his mom mommy. This works.
It's just two extremes. It's Diego Pavia just being an absolute unadulterated mess of a human, and then Fernando Mendoza, who should be my accountant.
I have actually greater evidence for that. But the Browns in turmoil, 3 games to go. Can they make it competitive? What do we do with Shedeur? What's going to happen with Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry? To talk all of these many things, and also probably get into the big stories like Mahomes' injury and whatnot. On the fan hotline of the MMQB, Albert Breer joins us every single Tuesday at 5:20. He so graciously does this again. Albert, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Not a whole lot. I guess we'll get to I thank you for the content, by the way, because Monday, your Week 15 takeaways piece had everybody buzzing here about the future of Stefanski and Berry. Can you elaborate, good sir?
Yeah, I mean, that was just my opinion. I would just say, I don't think that Jimmy Haslam or his family are looking to get rid of Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. However, I just think the way all this has gone the last couple of years requires the conversation, and whether or not there's a road out for this particular group and that particular franchise. And I think sometimes you get to a point where things are so tangled up that it just gets to the point where maybe it's time for a clean break. And I was just sort of wondering out loud there whether or not they've reached that point. And that doesn't mean that Kevin Stefanski is necessarily getting fired. It doesn't mean that they don't want him there. They don't respect him as a coach. And it doesn't mean that Stefanski's got any ill will towards the franchise. It's just, when I watched that performance on Sunday, it just kind of gave me that this is not working anymore vibe, and I just felt that way across the board. And, I don't know what you can do to spark it when, you've got a coach who's been there for 6 years already. So, that's sort of where I'm at. And, I just talking to people as I do this time of year, I don't know that anyone believes that Jimmy Haslam has made a hard decision on what he's going to do yet. And, maybe that's still up in the air based on how the last 3 weeks of the season go. But I would say, you can't have many more performances like you had in Chicago. I mean, that was not good all the way around. And, I would just, point out certain things about it. The special teams issues. There were a couple long kickoff returns, if I remember right?
Yeah,
I've got all the games floating around my head. And then the penalties, right out of the gate on offense. The defense doesn't look like it's playing the way that it was early in the year, despite being a pretty talented group. I mean, I just think there are a lot of things you can point to and say, ask the question, is the staff getting the response that you're looking for? And if not, is there a way for them to dig themselves out of it after the year? I think those are important questions to ask.
I mean, Albert, I think it's fair if you came up and said that seemed like a Freddie Kitchens coach game. It was that level of bad with the dysfunction, even everything down to the wristband. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the sort of stuff you wouldn't expect. I don't know. I've always sort of viewed Stefanski and even his coordinators like Reese and and Schwartz and Bubba as pretty buttoned up guys, for the most part. Like I don't think you would ever, like earlier in his run there, you would ever question the professionalism of a Kevin Stefanski team, and yet. I look at this, and you're right. Like, there are certain things that you see that go beyond just not being a good football team.
So does that actually hurt him in how this is all closing out? Obviously, you spoke pretty highly of him previously. I imagine you still think he's a good head coach, but how this ends, does that matter in the big picture, or is it the type of thing that ultimately it's just not going to be looked at in any sort of way?
No, I mean, I think it does, because you do still have like a group of young players there that, you're looking to make part of your core going forward, So, how do Carson Schlesinger and Mason Graham and Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins, like those young players you brought in, like how do those guys close out the year? Where are those guys at with the coaching staff? Do they fit what they're doing? There are a lot of questions like that I think can still determine it because, look, like I think you guys know as well as I do, no fan base knows more so than the Cleveland fan base that 4 out of 5 of these head coaching hires every year don't work,
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to find a good one. And I think you do have a good one. And that's what makes this tough, It's like, to me, you're like looking at this and you're seeing like a performance that doesn't match the head coach that you got his first few years there. So how do you reconcile that? And, do you want to walk away from a guy who I think would probably be high up on the Giants and Titans list the minute he walked out the door? I think those are all fair questions to ask, and I don't know. Like I look at this as like, I remember Marvin Lewis, right? Like, I think I've given you guys this example before, but the Bengals obviously for various reasons have been very patient with their head coaches in the past. And so, I think with the Bengals, like there came a point when it looked like Marvin Lewis was going to get fired, and Carson Palmer had basically retired because he was so fed up with the organization, and Marvin Lewis took the opportunity there to say, okay, I'm going to treat this as if I'm going to get fired, right? Like, and he looked at every element of his operation and basically treated it as if this was a second job, and he gave himself second life in Cincinnati by doing it. But stories like that are pretty rare.
All right, Albert. I know traditionally it's the head coach first, and then maybe the GM gets another year or two, and head coaches get fired far often than it seemed like GMs do. But we did have Chris Greer get fired, and we thought McDaniel was going to get fired. Now it looks like maybe he has a second life in Miami. If one of these guys is to survive, do you think it's more likely Barry or more likely Stefanski, or are they still a package deal?
My guess would be that Barry has a better chance to survive than Stefanski, just because for the reasons that you said. But I do think if they're going to get rid of one or the other, it's going to be part of like an overall look at where they're at, structurally and everything else. And like, there's the natural question there too, right? Like, which is like, okay, well, we don't have Paul DePodesta here anymore. And they haven't planned on filling that chief strategy officer role. That hasn't been part of their plan. But, there were a lot of questions when that happened, when DePodesta walked away. Like, would they move Andrew Barry over into the chief strategy officer role and then hire a GM separate from him, So I would think that, like, if they walked away from Stefanski and kept Barry, it would be part of, like, maybe like a restructuring of some part of some sort of to some degree. I'm just not sure exactly like, how the bigger picture of it would all look, and I think that's something you got to consider when you're looking at all of this.
Is Shedeur auditioning more for the rest of the NFL or for the Browns over the next 3 games?
He's under contract for 3 more years for almost nothing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. I think, again, like, and I go back to what I've said on this before, right? He's a 5th-round pick, and if we were treating him like a 5th-round pick, you'd see some things that would make you optimistic, and you want to keep him around and keep developing him. And I think that's probably what he is, like, at this point. Like, I don't know, like, I'll turn this, I know I've done this a bunch with Shedeur with you guys, but have you seen enough, like, where you would say we're not drafting a quarterback in April, or you wouldn't bring in veteran reinforcements?
No, but the first part of what you said is what I agree with the most, though. The idea that, and I think this is what people are missing. $900,000 is his contract. You're paying $45 million to Deshaun. You have $45 million in dead cap money to the rest of the offensive line. If you can have a cheap quarterback, if he's your starter or even as your backup quarterback next year, that's immensely valuable. It's worth way more than a potential trade for, I don't know, a 4th or a 5th round pick.
Yeah, I just don't think he's shown enough where it's we'll go into the season into next season as our starter. I don't know. Maybe other people are seeing stuff I'm not, but I just don't see that right now. So the way I would look at it is, all right, we'll have him. We'll have Dylan back next year, as much as some people might hate that. We have both those guys at a very cheap rate, and then let's go get a veteran who can start, and go find a guy. Maybe it's Kirk Cousins, somebody who can come in and be our starter. And I think what you want to do if you're the Browns going into 2026 is create a situation where you're not forced to draft one high, right? Because the reality is guys like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or more recently Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, those guys aren't available every year. So you have to make the determination whether or not Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore, if he declares, if those guys are that, or if those guys are less than that, And if those guys are less than that, then, having reinforcements on your roster will give you the flexibility not to force that decision. Because I think the worst thing you can do is just predetermine we're going quarterback. You know what I mean? We're going quarterback come hell or high water. Because those guys don't exist every year,
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of years where, for example, the Steelers basically predetermined the year Ben retired. Okay, yeah, we're taking one. Well, they wind up with Kenny Pickett in the first round. What good does that do you? That basically took the Steelers out of the running for a quarterback in 23 and 24. And, I just, it didn't really solve anything, so. And that's something I can't tell you right now. I don't know whether or not Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore are going to be that guy. You know what I mean? But it's the Browns' job to figure that out. And it's also their job to have enough help on hand where if they determine those guys aren't what you can build around, compete with against Allen and Burrow and Lamar and Mahomes and May and Herbert and Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud in the AFC, if you determine that guy's probably a little less than all of those guys, you do have the flexibility then if you've got reinforcements on your roster to walk away from that, And so I think that's the power of having cheap answers like Shedeur and Dylan on your roster is you feel comfortable starting them even for the short term, they can give you at least a little flexibility when it comes to that.
Albert, this is the dreaded two-parter. Would Jim Schwartz be willing to stick around if Stefanski is fired? And what do you make of the Tommy Rees to Michigan murmurs we hear out there?
So this isn't the first college job that Rees's name has come up for, right? Wasn't there another one a couple weeks ago?
No, he interviewed for the Penn State job.
And UCLA.
And then he brought up for UCLA, but we didn't know that if he actually interviewed for UCLA or not.
Okay. So, I would just say, I think you start to hear these things. Sometimes it can be a sign of where things are going from a staffing standpoint, And I wonder if there's some sort of, whether that means the whole staff is in trouble or the offensive staff's going to be evaluated. Sometimes you hear these things because there could be another shoe to drop, and it does make me wonder a little bit from that standpoint. Does this mean the whole staff thinks they're in trouble? Because that's the sort of thing you hear this time of year. When you get to the last month and a half of the season, you start to hear this staff thinks they're getting fired, that staff thinks they're getting fired, and sometimes that means going out and seeing what your options are. And if you've got background in the college game, then that can mean, well, I ought to at least take a look at that. And obviously the timing of the two different job cycles don't match up, So I would say that's sort of where I think that would get your attention for that reason. I don't know. The short answer is I don't know whether or not Jim Schwartz or Tommy Rees would be in the running for whoever the next coach would be, because I don't know who the next coach is. And I would just say the stronger the head coach you have, like the more defined he is going to have, the more defined of an idea he's going to have of what his staff is going to look like. In other words, if you hire a first-time head coach coming in, you might have like more leeway to say, well, we'd really like you to keep so-and-so. Whereas, if you're going and you're hiring, I don't know, like Mike Vrabel last year, right? Which is funny because Reese might have gone to New England with Vrabel if he hadn't gotten the OC job in Cleveland. But like with Vrabel, like, you're probably going to have less leverage to say, no, we'd really like you to keep this guy. You know what I mean? So I think that's sort of where that would be. You'd have to know who that next head coach is going to be to really have an idea of whether or not a certain assistant, certain coordinator is likely a part of the mix.
What are some of the names, we talked a couple weeks ago about different names around the head coaching cycle and how it's not as hot, but I think a lot of people just watch the Bears and you watch Ben Johnson and his name obviously popped up, but you didn't know if he'd actually be able to pull it off, and you see what Caleb Williams is able to do after one season, and it's night and day relative to what he was able to do with the Eberflus last year. What are some of the names you're hearing, guys that are maybe not Ben Johnson because I think he might be one of a kind, but guys of that ilk that maybe haven't had the job but are getting a lot of attention right now?
Well, that's what's interesting. It's like you don't have a ton of young offensive guys, and I think the reason why is because like that pipeline has been pumped so many times that like every couple of years that pipeline kind of runs dry, and like it's happened before where you just don't have that name in the mix. And so like I mean, as far as young offensive names, I mean Joe Brady, in Buffalo would be one. He's interviewed really well when he's had the opportunity to go and interview different places. Some of the guys that would have been those names have kind of cooled off. Mike Kafka was one coming into the year where you look at him and he's got the pedigree, former NFL quarterback, coach for Andy Reid, and like you thought, like okay, he's gonna make a run. Then now he's part of a staff that had its head coach fired. So Zach Robinson, another one. Zach Robinson in Atlanta, there's a name to watch from the McVay tree. He's working with a young quarterback now, Penix, and their year hasn't gone well. So Joe Brady would be the one. And outside of that, like you're looking at a few second chance guys like a Mike McCarthy, a Matt Nagy, an Arthur Smith with the Steelers. And then like interestingly enough, like some of the names that I'm getting are the young defensive coordinators. So. Like in that bucket, you're looking at like a Jeff Halfley, a Jesse Minter, a Chris Shula, an Anthony Campanelli in Jacksonville might be a year off for him. Those sorts of names, like it's sort of that those are the ones right now. And Mike McDonald, of course, in Seattle is helping all of those guys with the job that he's done out there. So. Certainly I think it's like a little bit of a different mix. And like you said, like, I just don't know that there are very many guys where you look at them and say that they're automatic this year.
Albert, we ran out of runway to talk Mahomes, Allen, the Michigan nonsense. I feel like we could keep you for another 10 minutes, but we won't do that. But we do appreciate your time, buddy.
No problem. I'm happy to talk about the Michigan nonsense anytime.
I just feel like it. All right, give us your take on the situation, the fallout, and how screwed they are going forward in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's sad for the family involved. And I think that part genuinely, that sucks. You know what I mean? It sucks for the assistant coaches, too. Like, this is why I have to move my family. You know what I mean? Like, I would say in general, like, just look at like what's happened there over the last 5 or 6 years and across the athletic department. I don't know. I still think like it's a powerful brand, but like if you're Kalen DeBoer or Kyle or Kenny Dillingham, like why would you walk into that where you don't know who your athletic director is going to be, and it's been like just a heaping pile of what, like, and a new AD could come in there and decide he doesn't want you, so. They've got a big mess on their hands, and hopefully, I say this from a genuine place. Hopefully, all the people that were affected that had nothing to do with any of this make it out of it okay, and that includes the players. Because it does suck, like seeing people who had nothing to do with anything getting caught up in all of this.
Albert, you're the best, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there on the Fan Hotline, MMQB, every single Tuesday at 5:20. We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns, Shador, and some of those candidates we just heard there in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
No game today for the Cavs, so they hit the practice court. Kenny Atkinson gave an injury update on Sam Merrill, saying still no contact for Merrill, but he is shooting a lot and doing lots of conditioning. The Cavs have struggled lately, losing 2 of their last 3, including an overtime loss on Sunday. Next up for the Cavs, they play the Bulls tomorrow in Chicago. One game in the NBA tonight. It's the NBA Cup Finals with the Spurs and Knicks, the final 2 teams. They've split the season series each of the last 3 seasons, and they have matching 18-7 records so far this season. 3 games left to go for the Browns this season. The Bills come to Cleveland Sunday for a 1 p.m. game. Day off for the Browns today. They'll return to practice tomorrow to prep.
We are so horrible.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I don't think that Jimmy Haslam or like his family are looking to get rid of Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. However, I just think the way all this has gone the last couple of years requires the conversation and whether or not like there's a road out for this particular group and that particular franchise. And, you know, I think sometimes you get to a point where things are so tangled up that it just gets to the point where maybe it's time for a clean break. And I was just sort of wondering out loud there whether or not they've reached that point. That doesn't mean that Kevin Stefanski's necessarily getting fired. It doesn't mean that they don't want him there, they don't respect him as a coach. And it doesn't mean that Stefanski's got any ill will towards the franchise. It's just, you know, when I watched that performance on Sunday, it just kind of gave me that this is not working anymore vibe.
Albert Breer of the MMQB reacting to and kind of framing it's not a report, but his opinion from his Week 15 takeaways on Kevin Stefanski and the fallout from the Bears game. You and I have kind of been paying attention to who is on Stefanski's team, who is sticking with Stefanski, and who is maybe moved away from the out-and-out support or statements like, hey, Jimmy Haslam in April said everyone was safe, right?
Yeah.
We own that.
While also saying you can't just have 3 wins, but yeah.
I think it's really interesting that with 4 games to go, now 3 games to go, Albert has gone from, I would say he still believes Stefanski as a head coach, but has gone from, this is not a conversation, why are we having this roughly 6 weeks ago, to with 3 games to go, which could get worse from here, him publicly questioning whether this is a fit anymore.
I mean, it's become indefensible. But I also think, and this is where I'll give Albert credit on this, is that Albert has opened his eyes to the idea that Stefanski doesn't walk on water when it comes to coaching. And I think that took a lot for a lot of people. I think when you have an impression of a coach, you're just hell bent on the idea that they are what you think they are. I don't know. What Albert described that he saw this last weekend, when he was describing it as like, this isn't acceptable, too many penalties, too many this, too many that, all I thought to myself, Nick, is we've been watching this for over a year and a half now.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen this game. I've seen that Chicago game. I've seen that 27 times. So I'm not saying Albert's not watching all these games in full. What I am saying is that he's got 32 teams to monitor always. I don't know if this Chicago game was the first time he'd really been glued into just how bad it's been. I'm not sure, but what I do know is that his eyes were at least wide open to what happened on Sunday and how miserable it was. Like, I'm not joking when I say it looked like Freddie Kitchens was out there coaching. That's what it looked like, but we've seen this now for a year and a half.
Well, but now I think, like, the little things that have happened this year, as immaterial as it sounds, the wristband thing, that is straight out of the Freddie Kitchens playbook.
It would only happen there to people that are completely incompetent, and those type of things happen.
And it's not even just about the thing itself. It's the inability to get the messaging right from quarterback to other players in the offense to the head coach. That's a pretty simple thing to do when there's about 10 to 15 minutes before you step onto the dais after the game is over.
So Albert said he referenced the Duvernay returns, and he goes, your returns are the special teams was awful. I'm like, check mark. We've seen that all year. He goes, the penalties, starting off drives. You have multiple penalties on the first drive. It killed the drive before it even started. All right, we've seen that a million times this year. Well, you can go down the checklist over and over and over again of all things that we as Browns fan have watched, as we watched every single week. They happen all the time. And so I do think it's interesting that Albert used the term they looked flat as a pancake, because it's the right way to describe how they looked all season.
And I think the next 2 games are a really interesting test for anybody in that building who would like to be here next year. It is, all right, how can you avoid the Chicago game from happening again? I don't think anyone is under the illusion that they're going to win any of the next 3 games. Maybe the Cincinnati game, because they're going to be all the way out of it, and maybe you're tanking. It's going to be a tank off for draft positioning.
Although Joe Burrow might be so depressed, he just goes out there and tries to throw for 400 yards.
And he's going to be full Slim Shady. The hair's going to be a jet blonde again. Just pray for.
Or we get emo version of Joe Burrow.
Like he listens to Like All-American rejects? Is
He's
that
down
emo?
bad. Yeah, he's down bad right now. There's every version of Joe Burrow that turns into just like a goth kid.
But I just think it's really interesting. You and I have been, I think it was 4 weeks ago when I reaffirmed Fire Stefanski. I think you and I both wanted him gone after last year.
I remember when we said it the first time during the season, and I remember because we were at that bar, and now I don't remember the bar's name. I remember everything
Your
about the bar. Your
short-term memory is going.
That's
how you say ho earlier in the show.
Whoa! That's what you looked like. That's how. My reaction is going to only be that off of that.
Listen, you've pivoted in a very smart way.
But it was before the Steelers game. That's what it was. It was before the Steelers game, and I remember we went in the whole thing about it then, and it was like it's only multiplied since then, and it's been a downhill slope the entire stretch of the way. Now, they closed out last year losing 7 out of their last 8, so it made it a lot easier to go ahead and compound this argument, but they haven't picked it up.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com. Coach Riz going to be joining us in 5 minutes. We'll see what he liked from Shedeur on Sunday, what he didn't like. We'll also talk about the eye test and the numbers on the offensive line in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Up next on Afternoon Drive, Cleveland.com's Lance Riesland joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP, one final hour of today's show to go, and I have the thing. JP's already out on Fernando Mendoza.
Whoa.
You call him the Ned Flanders of football.
I'm out on Mendoza's personality. I haven't said anything about being out on him as a quarterback yet. I just don't like his personality right now.
I think I can take you even farther out on Fernando Mendoza.
I'm pretty far out when it comes to the personality, but I've not. You're not
ready for this. I'll tell you this right now.
He's got a ton he's got to overcome in the next month.
You're not ready for this. Yeah, somebody who's going to have to decipher whether you think Fernando Mendoza is a quality NFL caliber quarterback.
Yeah,
you're not ready for this thing that I'm about to tell you in about 20 minutes. But it's that time. Tuesdays.
By the way, I hate to cut you off here for a second, but who also hated Mendoza's press conference?
Who's that?
Lance Riesland.
No way.
Coach Riz.
The nicest man in the world?
Coach Riz, who never hates on anyone or anything and gives everyone the benefit of the doubt. I hated it.
Coach. All right, Lance Riesland, Cleveland.com. You know the last name. You love the man. You hear him on the Tailgate with JP. You hear him here every Tuesday at 6 o'clock on the Fan Hotline. Lance, you hated Fernando Mendoza's Heisman speech?
I was under the bus there, JP. I didn't hate. You have to admit that was a little eccentric. That interview after the Ohio State game it got me a little bit. It was a little too much. It was a little too passionate at the time, I thought. It didn't sit well with me.
Let me ask you, are you, as a football guy, when you hear a grown man of 22, 23 refer to his mom as mommy on a national level, does it take you out a little bit more?
Yeah, you know what? And I try to do my best, as you both know. I try to do my best to keep it within the lines and keep it on the film. That one got me. That one got me a little bit. The mommy got me. I thought he was going to combust there for a second. It didn't do it for me.
Now, I hope it's not just me infiltrating your brain to then have you, when the time comes, to be like, I'm conditioned to almost dislike what's happening. I don't want to influence you that way, but I could tell in talking to you on Sunday, you had a genuine distaste for what you heard.
Well, yeah, you know what? And it's hard to get me out of robot mode, as we said before. When you asked me the first time we met, what do you do when you watch a football game for fun? I've never watched a football game for fun, so... you think that would be easy, but that one got me a little bit, so I'm going to have to clear that a little bit as I start doing this film, because I'm just going to keep it with the helmet on, because the helmet off didn't do it for me. Didn't do it for me.
All right, Coach, what did you like from Shedeur on Sunday, and what didn't you like?
Well, I'm going to say balance, right? And when I say balance, the week before, everybody who thought he was the guy for the future, I kind of wanted everybody to calm their jets, because I thought that everybody on his team that day, even though he played wonderfully, helped him. But the team matters. And that being said, it's because I don't think he played terribly. I thought he had some moments, but I think he had some struggles. And that's also because of his teammates and pass protection and lack of skill and drops and all those kind of things. So it kind of goes both ways. So I don't really have as high as I was on him against the Titans. I'm really not that low on him. I'm kind of in the middle on both starts. I think there's going to be some highs and some lows. You see some of the throws. I thought he made some really good reads. I also thought he made some really terrible reads. And, I thought he had a lot of I called the one interception somebody asked me, and that was a Travis Hunter interception, the one to Gardner Johnson. Why? Because that was just a simple levels concept. He either should have hit the dig backside or dumped it to Bates. And he was like, I'm throwing it to Fannin. And that's just kind of like, with pressure and you're down, you're trying to make plays. I thought he did some really good things. Once again, I'm not the reason he was so successful was the week before because his teammates helped him along with him. And the reason he had his struggles was the same thing. His teammates let him down along with him. So it's they got to kind of do this together, and you're going to have these ups and downs, especially with a young quarterback who doesn't have a lot of skill around him.
Well, his teammates definitely let him down if your teammate's name is Jerry Jeudy and you're trying to catch end zone passes. At least that's how I saw it. Did you see it that way as well, that it was a catch Jerry Jeudy had to have made, should have made, or was it just a great play by the Bears defender?
No, John, that's the thing that bothered me about that whole thing is that Johnson's arm's in there. You know, I have that blown up, and I sent out a bunch of messages about that. I went back and looked at that, and the interview bothered me. The interview bothered me because once again, he had a drop, and no one's going to be happy with drops. But when you don't take ownership, and then you start throwing people under the bus, that's a problem within your locker room. If you look at it, and I have video, if you look, he doesn't catch it clean. Johnson has his right hand in there, but that only comes to fruition because he doesn't catch it clean. If he catches it clean, I think he keeps it away from Johnson's hand. Being a hands catcher that he is. So that was 100% a drop. Once again, as my dad always told me, the eye in the sky never lies. So you do it right or you do it wrong, it'll show. And that was a drop, and he should have owned it. And that's what makes it look worse to me. It's like not owning it makes it look terrible now, because you can't trust people who don't own their mistakes.
Was your dad also Dr. Seuss? The eye in the sky never lies.
You've never heard? It's a film thing, right? People always say. I told JP. I think usually when you watch an offensive line or
Coach,
defensive line, they're never.
It's not that serious.
Yeah.
No, I got you. But yeah, my dad would always. He was a little. My dad was a cliche master. He would throw 3 to 5 cliches at us at practice or a staff meeting. But yeah, that's he was a little Dr. Seussy, I guess.
All right, you mentioned the eye in the sky. You texted earlier in the week.
Does not lie.
It does not lie. You said the film. You sent me a text and said the film looks worse than I thought, or something along those lines. And I was like, gee, I could have told you that. But what did you see when you watched this film that told you it was even worse than what the initial watch of this game was?
Well, when you say the eye in the sky never lies, sometimes you have 9 guys that do it right, and game of football, you get a bad snap, or you get a drop, or you get a missed route, or you get one guy in the offensive line misses protection, or whatever it is on both sides of the ball. You had multiple breakdowns at multiple levels on multiple plays. There's times in the one free hit that Sanders took. That's just simply sliding left. If you just slide left, guard, center, guard, they pick that up. Those are things they were picking up a couple years ago, and they're just not. And I understand that it was a beat up offensive line and things of that nature, but they're just so when the film tells you it's bad, for me it tells you because there's multiple people doing it wrong or multiple people getting beat on every play. There's times where a play looks terrible. You take one guy out and you got 6 points, and that's the truth of it. They had plays where no one does it right, and that's where that's a problem right now on film that I'm seeing. It's just too many mental errors and too many people getting beat up front.
So is it becoming tougher or maybe impossible to evaluate Shedeur in this stretch, or do you think that no matter what's going on around him, you can still fairly kind of gauge your thoughts on Shedeur going into this offseason in 2026?
Well, I tell JP every week winning's vital, and I still think winning's very vital, so he's got to really try to win these last 3 games. However, I think with the amount of limitations they have on offense, a couple of things I think you really need to see. You need to see improved footwork. You need to make sure he's going to even if he throws the ball poorly, if there's weathering, you have to make sure he's going to the right spot. And there's a number of times in this game he didn't throw it to the right spot. And that's a problem because that means you're kind of not seeing what the defense is doing pre-snap to post-snap. And if he's having trouble with that, it's a copycat league. Teams are going to continue to play zone. Teams are going to continue to put 6-7 guys on the line of scrimmage and make him decipher what's going on. So I got it in, by the way, Sunday. But I would say I don't even know what I was saying. You guys laughed. So obviously you want to see, is he going to the right spot? Is he doing the right thing? Generally, that's what you need to see. I don't know if they can win these games. In fact, would these teams have something to play with that offensive line? I don't think they can. But he can improve by improving his footwork, going to the right spot, and being fundamentally sound with things he does. I think he can show that he can do some things without having a lot of success, because that's most likely what's going to happen.
What am I supposed to do with the Quinshon Judkins conversation, Coach? Last 2 weeks, Shedeur's been the leading rusher on the team. He doesn't have an offensive line. I know that, and so I don't want to be too hard on him, but I also understand averaging under 2 yards a carry the past 2 weeks, also not acceptable. I I'm in a hard place here. What does the film say? What are the responsibilities that we're supposed to have attached to Quinshon? What's funny about this?
No,
what's funny about this?
Sounds like you're in a great spot.
I'm in an awful spot. I'm in
Between coach and you, it's Gooner hour at the OK Corral.
I'm in a miserable spot. Coach, help me out here with Quinshon.
Well, here's the thing: he didn't. It's just like Kevin Stefanski didn't get dumb. I don't care what anybody tells me. Quinshon Judkins didn't forget how to run the football. They're getting zero movement up front, and there's not a lot of versatility or diversity in what they're running. They're running duo and they're running zone. I think they got to mix it up with these guys. I think they got to run some more gap scheme because it's a little bit simpler and there's not as many rules. That's what's happening is that there's free runners on every play, meaning people aren't he's getting free runners at him. He's getting hit before he gets to the line of scrimmage. You can't do much as a running back when that happens. And that's what's happening. They don't have guys to separate on the outside, so they're loading that box up and they're stopping the run. And when you have free runners, you can only do so much. You can only break so many tackles. So for me, the evaluation on Judkins is done. He's a legit back. They got to get better up front.
All right, so with all of this, I thought it was interesting. There were a couple stats that said the pass protection on Sunday was actually good. The eye test, from what I could tell, I thought it was bad. I don't want to say awful because I'm going to reserve that for the run game. Was the offensive line good in pass pro, or did the film also say it was bad?
Well, there's two different types of bad. There's bad where you get beat. They get beat all over the place. Those things happen. Those guys aren't real talented up front, and that happens a bunch. But where I see bad is when you get free runners. And free runners tells me you're not understanding what you're seeing defensively. And once in a while, Myles Garrett, if you go on the other side of the ball, Myles Garrett's going to beat a double team. He's going to beat whatever you give him. But you had a plan for him, and there was a hat for him. There was a helmet for him. The Browns right now in pass protection, even though the guys they're on are doing okay at times, there's too many free runners. There's too many guys, and it's not that they're bringing 5 and 6 man pressures. They're getting free runners with one linebacker coming, or a twist, or a stunt. There's just they're not sound in who they have. Their technique, and when they get locked in, they know they have. They've been competitive for sure, but there's just way too many free runners. That's, for me, that's bad pass protection. That's what gets quarterback hurt, is when you have free runners. You can get beat, but you can't have a free runner because that's how you lose your quarterback.
All right, last week in the pregame, we talked about, actually, you set the line perfect. 1.5 sacks is what Coach had for Myles Garrett last week. He got 1.5 on the number, but we did the discussion about if he's selling out for sacks or not. You were adamant that he wasn't. When you watched Myles this week on film, what did you see with Myles?
What you're getting out of Myles is you're seeing the loss of Malik Collins more and more. If you look at the touchdown run by Swift after the boot, that first run out of that diamond formation, those defensive tackles, Shelby Harris has taken a little bit of a step back, I think, because now he's the starter, and I think it kind of came into the game fresh when the offensive line was a little bit down, and he really kind of shined. Him as the starter now, he's not as successful. Mike Hall is not playing the run very well whatsoever, so inside is where they're really hurting the run game. I don't think Myles has ever played the run game bad this year. Everybody talks about how wide he is. He did tighten it a little bit, but that's where Myles plays. And Myles is good enough where if play goes away, he can be flat down the line of scrimmage. I didn't see it on film. I haven't seen it. In fact, I've told you guys, I think he's played the run better this year than he has in the last 4 or 5 years. It's the fact that their defensive tackles are not playing at a super high level right now, and they're getting moved. The loss of Malik Collins has been absolutely huge. I didn't think it would be as big as it is, but it's a night and day difference inside. I think Mason Graham's a little beat up with the ribs. He's having some troubles. And now, remember, now that Malik Collins is gone, he's now the alpha. And when you're the alpha, you're getting doubled. Your pass protection is going to you. So I don't want to say he's regressed, but now he's seeing what it is to be the number one guy inside.
All of this football talk has got me hot and bothered, Coach. Great stuff, buddy. Looking forward to those burgers in a week. Pew, 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 pew.
Absolutely, you guys will get the. I'll send you the link here this week, and we'll get the order ready to go, and we'll have some burgers next Monday.
My mouth is ready.
I'm looking forward to it myself. Hey, I own my bet, so I'll make another burger. This ain't the last burger bet, my friend. Just so you know.
Get the desperation going.
No one wins these bets against Nick. It doesn't. It's not a thing.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I believe, Coach, you can back me up on this. I believe So Johnny over here said that I never make a bet that I'm in danger of losing, and yet I am in danger of winning a bet where about 4 weeks ago, I don't know, times a flat circle, I believe you and I bet about who was going to win the AFC North, and it's looking...
Because I'm a sucker at the poker table right now, that's what it is. I told myself I'd never make another burger bet with Nick. You know, no one ever wins these burger bets. I've seen so many people...
You try to double down at all?
It's like a carny game. Everyone steps up thinking they're going to win the prize. The game is already rigged before you even play it. He always wins these things. I did try to double it down, Coach. I said, hit me at the blackjack table. I wanted to double down that the Steelers would not win a playoff game this year. He wouldn't take the bet. You want to know why?
It's a holiday season. I didn't want to bankrupt his family.
The game is rigged. The game is rigged. He'll never take a bet he thinks he can actually lose.
Or it's because I'm just that good at burger bets,
No belief
Coach.
in that Steelers team that he's betting so much on. I would never believe in them the way that he does, Coach. Remember that.
Hey, just remember, once I lose and we enjoy our burgers, I will have another bet ready to go. I don't care if it's Cavs. I'm coming with the bet.
Take a second, breathe on it, okay? Breathe on it.
No.
We don't.
There's no breathing.
I'm going to cut you off, okay? No breathing. From the casino, I'm cutting you off.
I am not.
The burger bet
Your
casino.
credit's still good with me, Coach.
You got a month window. You got to just kind of sit there and hang out
I'm
for
in
a
the
second.
red. I'm in the red. I got to get out of the red.
Just in time for the playoffs, Coach.
Everyone gets this wrong, and there's problems that happens because of this. You just give it a breather. Take a second.
Oh yeah, we go right into the playoffs. I got for the playoffs.
As you're eating, as Nick is eating that burger on Monday, you cannot
With lust
be making
in my
another bet.
eyes.
Okay, you cannot be. I will cut you off.
No, we're gonna let the clock reset, and in January we'll talk. Coach, we got a boogie.
Thank you, Coach.
Absolutely. See you guys.
Lance Reisland, Coach Lance, Coach Riz, Cleveland.com, and of course 92.3 The Fan on the Fan Hotline here. Great stuff with him. I think this might push JP over the edge with regards to Fernando Mendoza. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel, the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. They're also the #1 sports book for the Prince of Parlays, Nick Wilson. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine all your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join.
whether it's penalties, special teams issues that keep cropping up. Quarterback throwing some interceptions. Saw the defense have a little bit of issues. Again, put in terrible spots. Couldn't get anything going offensively. Don't score a touchdown. Right? I mean, we've seen that multiple times this year, and then we see them all in one game, and it's 8 degrees, and you get beat by 28 points.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
In case we missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes time here, Overtime with Big Weege coming up as well tonight. Jake Volnick. All right, finally I'm going to pay this off. Let's rewind for everybody. What is your nickname for Fernando Mendoza?
Football Flanders.
Now, people at Nelson, who identifies himself as a 55-year-old Puerto Rican, says that Fernando Mendoza during the Heisman ceremony was saying "mommy," like the Spanish version of that.
Okay.
As opposed to "mommy," which is what problematic 30-year-olds call their mom when they live in their basement, right?
Okay, sure.
Or maybe a lover during coitus. Well, I'm just saying. There's a lot of
Yeah.
If you ever say that, that's weird. I'm just saying.
What, if you say mommy during coitus, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's weird too.
Yeah.
But
I'm glad we're on the same page here.
But if you reverse it, there's a lot of people that, there's a lot of girls that say daddy in bed.
Yeah, that's also weird.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
But it definitely happens more than the other way
you,
around.
Sir, are reformed. You're a girl dad now. All right, let's scrub those parts of your brain.
What? What?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying let's scrub those parts of your brain. You don't remember that.
What parts are wrong? Am I supposed to act like life never existed before I got married and then had kids?
Specific to that? Because here's the thing. These thoughts are going to boomerang on you.
Well, I don't love the boomerang part of this, but I did exist on planet Earth at one point. And I can't just erase everything out of my brain.
Now get ready for the boomerang. However,
and you get certain segments, it turns into iPoppy.
All right. The point is, I think Fernando Mendoza might officially have might have lost more people because he updated his LinkedIn after winning the Heisman. And not just that. It's not just that. This weekend, I was incredibly honored to be named the 2025 Heisman Trophy recipient. To the Heisman Trophy Trust, whom he tagged, the voters and the legendary winners who have come before me, it is a privilege to be recognized alongside an esteemed fraternity. I accept this honor with humility, gratitude, and a deep sense of responsibility. This recognition reflects the support of my family, my coaches, and every teammate who has believed in me along the way from Christopher Columbus to Cal and now Indiana. I was once just a kid in Miami chasing his dream, and I hope sharing my journey can inspire other kids to believe in themselves and chase their dreams too. That said, this journey is far, very well timed there.
Well,
this journey is far from finished, and I'm proud to continue representing Indiana University Bloomington, which he tags, as we prepare for the college football playoff. On to the Rose Bowl! Exclamation point, and it's a picture of him with the Heisman.
Okay, so think about it. Fernando Mendoza he's got 2 master's degrees is what we've established. I think 2 master's degrees. He was doing summer internships at was it Deloitte? Was it McKinsey? Either way, it was very impressive places is the idea here, right? There's a world that Fernando Mendoza, he talks about chasing his dream there, had accepted the fact that he was never going to make it to the NFL at least a couple years ago. His big plan was be awesome at LinkedIn because that's where I have to impress people. And so he never erased that part of his brain, the let's be impressive on LinkedIn part. And so he won the award, and naturally he went to LinkedIn because all his Deloitte McKinsey buddies, all of his internship friends, his master's friends, they live on LinkedIn, Nick. Me and you we don't do LinkedIn like that. Everyone else in that world, when you're first starting out, they love LinkedIn.
So are you giving him the Peterlin pass?
On this, I will.
Because the white-collar Peterlin pass?
The Peterlin pass.
Because his brain is so wired to impress people through LinkedIn, he had no choice but to then post this on LinkedIn while completely not understanding the idea that nobody in the NFL doesn't care about your LinkedIn.
I'm starting to think of Fernando Mendoza the way I feel about fully grown married Tim Tebow. I'm definitely doubting.
Fully grown married, not just like college Tebow.
I'm definitely doubting whether Fernando Mendoza has ever had coitus. Like, I just don't know. Sorry, babe. I'll be right over there, mommy. I just gotta upload this on LinkedIn. Honestly, here's what would happen.
Yeah.
If Fernando Mendoza and Diego Pavia walked into a bar together and there were two women who wanted to spend a night with each with Fernando Mendoza, by the end of the night, they're both walking out with Diego Pavia.
No question.
And Fernando's like, it's my second Sprite. It's too much.
He did a summer internship in 2023 for Acre Investment Company, which is commercial real estate and researching properties. Okay, like you do that if you think you're going to the NFL. Then summer 2024, he worked at Newmark, which is very impressive. The Bay Area real estate research, networking workshops, everything. Like this is who he is. You wanted to go to sleep there. This is who he is.
I know.
That's the type of guy that updates himself on LinkedIn and thinks that's impressive. That's it. That's the answer.
Honestly, he should delete it now.
Can this be your quarterback?
This is the opposite of Diego Pavia's F the Heisman voters and F Indiana. That should keep the micro machine that is Diego Pavia out of the NFL. If I'm an NFL team, I go, what's he going to do? Great practice, guys. Just got in my first full pad practice in the NFL. And then he's doing the Borat.
Other side of this, though, he is the complete anti-Johnny Manziel.
I just need a little bit of sin, and I need my preacher to have sinned.
You get zero sin.
All right?
You get zero. You want a reformed preacher, maybe. I don't know.
No, exactly. I need somebody that's lived a life so he can tell me where hey, don't go to this place with a red light because I've been there. It's not good. The good Lord's not there.
So
that's what I need.
The problem you have in this, and this is where I think he's going to lose a lot of people, is that I think there's certain people that love him. Like Colin Cowherd, for instance. This guy's not wearing a backwards hat at a press conference, okay? He's going to be a press conference All-American. He's going to be able to pull all these things off. But like a lot of teammates just didn't like Russell Wilson because he was a goober. A lot of teammates really don't seem to like a lot of different players across. Like, we can't explain Jalen Hurts, for instance. Jalen Hurts gets along with none of his teammates. Why? It feels like because Jalen Hurts acts in a very similar way to what Russell Wilson acted like, to what it seems like Fernando Mendoza acts like. Like, there's a cool element to being a quarterback that does matter, and Fernando Mendoza's not passing those colors right now.
Our guy Thomas in Shakers joining us now. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Hey, JP, look, yeah, it's just like Andrew Luck, man. Andrew Luck was a nerd football player who played football.
No, but there was also a part of Andrew Luck though that loved football and was a football player's football player. Like, so I disagree with that. Yeah, he had the book clubs and stuff like that. But like, there's a reason why he's running the football program at Stanford now. Like, if Mendoza wasn't playing football, Mendoza would be running all sorts of investment accounts and property deals on the West Coast. He's not involved in football. He's off making hundreds of millions of dollars elsewhere.
Thomas. Fernando Mendoza makes Andrew Luck look like Johnny Manziel. Like, come on. He makes Russell Wilson look like Al Capone, quite frankly. Like, at least Russ was able to snag Sierra, right?
Crazy.
You think Fernando Mendoza is going to snag Sierra? Come on, what are we talking about here?
Come on, he's going to be the number one pick of the draft. Of course he's going to. Look, I was a nerd in high school, and I grew up to become hot. It was a surprise for me. He's going to have that surprise moment.
Wait, you grew up to become what?
I grew up and became hot. Yeah, dreams do come true.
But I like the position you put us in, Thomas, because you've now put us in a spot where we either have to rate you and how you look, at which point that's going to get very zesty very quickly.
I grew up to be hot. It's just not something. It's just not something one guy can say to another couple guys in a convo.
Like, I'm confident in myself. I know I'm a very well attractive guy. I'm confident with saying that on the radio in front of all of Cleveland. Yeah, I got it going on. I'm doing my thing.
All right, Thomas.
So it's been shout out to Fernando that Montel. I'm sorry, I didn't get off the phone. I'm done.
All right, that's enough of you. That's enough.
We've met Thomas a few times. We know Thomas.
What are you saying? Do you agree with this assessment?
I just think it's a wild thing to say.
Is it because it's not true?
That's a wild thing to say.
Are you debating?
Thomas is a fine-looking guy. I don't know who he was in high school. He's a fine-looking guy, but it's not like Brad Pitt walked through. I mean, what are we talking about?
Sure, we don't know where he started. He could have been full Urkel, and now he's just not full Urkel.
And why do you go Urkel?
Because he's a nerd.
Yeah, why else?
Because he's a nerd. By the way, Fernando Mendoza, full Urkel. I understand what you're saying, but I reject it.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I would say a very well thought out take that you've constructed here. And you are right. There are going to be people who love this about Fernando Mendoza. I think I'm now trending towards being more out on Fernando than I am in, and that's before I watch a second of quote unquote the all 22 the tape.
Well, so this is the problem, and with the all 22 tape grinders, okay, is that they don't account for this type of stuff. They just refuse to. Like when it comes to this is something that they miss with Shador in a big time way. When you just grind the tape, you miss a lot of the other parts of the story. Why do you keep laughing when I say grind the tape?
Stop.
Why is that funny to you?
Stop saying people are grinders, okay?
They're grinders. Gruden's grinders. The ultimate grinders.
But after that conversation, we can't go right into grinders.
If I can't use anything, and if everything turns into innuendo, we're never going to get through this.
You're a gooner today.
I'm not a gooner.
You are gooning today. You are gooning hard.
Coach Riz of gooning. Coach Riz has never gooned in his life.
He said he got it in on Sunday. What am I expected?
Coach Riz has never gooned in his life.
Everybody around me is just using a lot of very provocative language.
What did Coach Riz tell me?
And I'm just supposed to just let it pass by and not point it out?
Oh, Coach Riz's wife was so Coach Riz comes home, and then Coach Riz's wife is like, "Oh, I heard JP and Nick talking about that Harbaugh story last week, where Harbaugh ended up having the women go outside and he was throwing passes to them, and she's like, I thought of you, Coach Riz." Because that's if that would be something that he would do, and he's like 100%. Because that's the least gooner guy in the world.
Well, no, it's not gooning if it's with your wife. That's just called a man and a lady just being marital.
Okay,
I was trying to keep that as respectful as I could.
Oh, now we get respectful
for Coach Riz and his wife. Yes, absolutely. I'm horny. I already have one staff member's significant other that might want to walk in these doors and punch me in the biscuits. I'm not trying to get a list going here.
Who's the first one?
Katie, remember the conversation?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, but she shot her shots back at you.
In case we missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
defensive player to ever play the game gets you 3 wins. Looks like 2 seasons in a row. We should have taken whatever we could have got for him. We also have a coaching staff, a general manager, and what was our strategy officer, who were all analytics people. We need football guys, because this hasn't worked.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, John Fanta, Cleveland's own NBC Sports at 420. Doesn't have a list yet of potential candidates, although one of the guys he didn't mention. Actually, no, he didn't mention that guy from the Rams. He mentioned the other guy from the Rams. I was thinking it was Chris Shula, who was Miami product, Miami of Ohio, and not just that, I believe he coached at John Carroll for a minute as well, but he mentioned the other guy from the Rams. But great stuff with Fanta, great stuff with Albert Breer on Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, whether they're a package deal, whether he expects both of them back. Also on Shador auditioning for other NFL teams and Lance Reisland in the previously in the hour. I think about January 15th. By January 15th, we'll have another burger bet with him that I will
He's
cash
jonesing
in
for one. He just wants
really
one.
is. That's when the house wins.
Yep. You get people when they're
you
desperate.
just think I can beat it.
They want their money back. They get them a little desperate. And I'm telling them, friend to friend, I'm trying to warn them, this is not a good road to go
Before
down.
you know it, I'm calling plays at wherever he's coaching.
I still don't know why you won't take me up on the Steelers winning a playoff game bet, though.
What, me?
Yeah.
Because I don't have to. I'm a very picky bettor, unlike the rest of you that are just jonesing to lose bets to me.
That's where you take advantage of us in that way.
Take advantage by being shrewd.
Yes.
I'm a very calculated
This
gambler.
is why you don't lose these bets, though. You find the weakness, the soft spots, and then you just attack.
All right. I guess I'm just a casino over here just printing money. I don't have anything to apologize for.
Take my action, damn it.
No.
Will you take my action?
I don't need to.
I want the action.
You can't have my action.
Give me the action.
I'm not giving you any action. But if you missed a second of today's show, you can catch the entire program on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, all 5 hours. Don't forget to like today's video, and don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. Let's go ahead and get to In case you missed it.
All right, obviously we have to do the quarterback Deadpool coming up on Thursday, but it's been a gruesome 24 hours for your Deadpool in particular. I want to discuss Arch Manning. Yeah, Arch Manning is decided he's going to stay for another season. I think we saw that coming. Jordan, so there's been a couple other moves as well, and we'll get to Max, obviously, on Thursday. We'll get to the other piece of that, but I want to focus specifically on Arch Manning deciding that another year in college football is good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, when I picked up Arch, I think it was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, it was always kind of he had just got a little hot there. Maybe he sensed, all right, maybe I can get some, whatever year I'm going out, I'm going to be the number 1 pick. I was kind of a long shot, but the Jaden Maava one's the one that hurts worse.
Yeah, what was weird about that one is that, like, the USC released it, and they put it out with, like, we've re-signed. Yeah. I thought that was peculiar. I know a couple people have noted that online, how peculiar that looked. Instead of saying he's coming back to USC, it's like it was almost like this is the contract. He signed the NIL money, and now he's going to be with us.
I think
very business-esque.
I think what's going to be really interesting is if in a year from now, are we talking about Arch as a cautionary tale of going to the wrong school because of the head coach, or whether he's actually fulfilled the prophecy when he went to Texas in the first place?
I would imagine he still ends up being at the top of the draft class next year. He showed enough in the latter part of the season, but it will be interesting to see if he can actually shape that into being the number 1 overall pick. It might just end up being a top 10 pick, top 5 pick, but that's going to be the fun of next year.
Because of the hype, because of everything else. They go into next season as the favorites to win the championship, right?
I don't know. I haven't even projected that out. All right, let's talk about it for a second. I think because of the support that he got this year, I think people are going to reflectively not give him as much credit off the rip.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, he started off, obviously, they were, 1 versus 2 against Ohio State right off the rip, and then Arch Manning was the preseason Heisman favorite after throwing 95 passes the year prior. I think the Heisman balloting the Heisman favorite candidacy, I think that's not going to happen, and then I think there will be some part of the committee, or some part of the preseason poll that says we can't go back to you guys once again.
So this wasn't on the docket, but the Tua Tagovailoa bad again last night.
Yeah.
Word on Miami is the Dolphins are mulling a quarterback change. The two candidates are Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Kind of want to see what Wilson has in the Mike McDaniel offense.
Did you see the Quinn Ewers video where he does a hard count on the Christmas tree?
No.
Very funny.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good content. Yeah. Quinn Ewers has just turned into a jokester, and that's how I'm going to treat him moving forward. The report was asked about Tua today. Mike McDaniel replied, quote, "Everything is on the table." And I think the reporters in Miami are expecting a decision tomorrow. I think Tua's broke. And the past few weeks have basically shown you they don't believe in Tua. The past 5 weeks, they haven't used him. Now, in the fourth quarter yesterday, they used him in a big-time way. First 3 quarters, Nick, he had 65 total passing yards and wasn't able to move the football. Past 5 weeks, all he's been doing is averaging 120 yards a game. They're not using him. They don't trust him. So you might as well use Zach Wilson at this point.
I think the word is out. He can't do zone defense. Half of the defenses you're going to play, he can't do. That's what happened on the Asante Samuel interception, where Asante was essentially free in the flat and was just able to float up. Like the interceptions he had yesterday, these aren't given that we're 5 years into the NFL, he should be able to read a zone defense. It shouldn't give you all 15 interceptions this year have come against the zone defense. That's not a mistake.
No, and it's weird, though, because everyone has kind of admitted the idea that Tua's not very good at this, but there's still Dolphins fans that are hanging on to the idea that he's not just a franchise quarterback, one of the game's greats. And
they tanked for Tua.
I know, but it just and listen, he had moments. The Hill-Waddle connection was real for a stretch. It's just not good. And the parts that are good aren't in cold weather, aren't in December, aren't when it matters the most.
I just think it's interesting that this offseason you could see Miami move on from Tua and keep Mike McDaniel. I did not have that
happen.
I did not have that on my bingo card. All right, 2 months ago, let alone a month ago.
We've obviously talked through the financial part of this previously. It's going to be difficult, but they can get anything done in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm out on Tua, I'm out on Kyler Murray. I need to make that abundantly clear. Before we even start the offseason conversations, if the conversations go to Tua or Kyler, I want no part of it.
Yeah, I think we're there too. I mean, honestly, I think those are going to be the best quarterbacks available. Hell, Albert said Kirk Cousins. If they pick up Kirk Cousins this offseason, it's on your ass.
A Flanders quarterback room. Cousins and Mendoza.
And, is Dylan Gabriel Flandering enough?
I mean, no.
We need to trade him.
Tuesdays put him in that category.
Oh, no, you're right. Gosh.
But
guys, get your electrolytes tonight. It is Tuesday.
I've watched too many Zoe videos on TikTok. She's too cool. And so because she's cool, I feel like there's some cool there at Dylan that we haven't tapped into.
I do not talk about football players' spouses unless I'm saying nice things.
Yeah,
so
she's cool.
I cannot respond to your comment.
You don't think she's a cool person?
I do not talk about football players' spouses unless it's in the positive.
That's pretty cool.
Same thing at the station. I love and respect everybody's significant other. Families are off limit, and I try and do that unless I'm giving compliments.
I'm saying nice things. I think she's pretty cool. I think she's way cooler than Dylan is.
I cannot.
But also, she's cool enough.
No comment.
She's cool enough to the point where there's got to be some cool that's tapped into with Dylan. It has to exist, almost
rubbed off on him.
Yeah, some cool by proximity that has to have happened.
Is that transmitted and some sort of an act?
Well, it's not osmosis, but you guess how it gets there.
I just didn't know coolness was an STD. All right, big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. He gave me crabs, but he also gave me coolness. I don't know what.
Decent trade-off for Dylan, for being honest.
Big thanks.
We got medications. There's ointments. We can figure this out.
Spoken like a man who knows his options. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Katie Pollack. We'll be back tomorrow with a hump day version of the show. Although this might have been that. It was a very, very, very sensual show today, JP.
Horny! Hey, and a 4-hour show tomorrow at that.
Look at that.
We get to experience what everyone else in the station experiences.
Yeah. And then we're going to complain about it. Well, sorry.
What do you mean complain about it?
That's because all anybody does with a 4-hour show is bitch that it's too long.
All right. Goodbye.
I don't know why we're doing this. All right, guys. See you tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.